And good evening, good day, ladies and gents. Wherever you are in the world, hello, Gabe. And what we're about to do is to do our usual thing of playing a little intro. So we need
Awesome.
that. And we need that. And we need that. Alright, now you want to look that. Yeah, sure, man. No. Okay, and that was a rousing Rule Britannia to get us started. We've got a new guest this evening, the Albion, and we're also joined by Sojo and Gabriel. And I believe later on we'll be having Ataman and probably Royal Oak as well. So I'm going to do what I usually do, and I'm going to start with the Albion as he's a new guest, and ask him if there's anything he wants to bring up as a first thing that he wants to take notice of.
Well, thank you for having me. I managed to jump in the tail end of a stream a couple of weeks ago, but I'm glad to be on a stream from the beginning. I don't have any topic to hand to start us off, but I'm sure that there's plenty of conversation pieces that we have amongst the other guests.
Very likely, very likely. Okay, so Gabriel.
Good evening. I hope we're all very well and enjoying a nice Saturday evening. Crikey! I was thinking about this when Sojo was saying about what sort of topics there are in the news at the moment about what we're wanting to say. I don't. It's. I didn't come on with anything particularly to talk about at the moment, other than, well, a couple of weeks after pubs are open, everything is fine as we all thought it were going to be. Yeah, I'm pretty happy about that.
Yep, that's good. Sojo, anything you want to talk about particularly?
Yes, I'd like to pledge my allegiance to Emmanuel Macron, co-Prince of Andorra. May he reign over this wonderful principality, and I, my liege, I am at your service.
Has Macron made any comments about the general's letter?
That's a very good question.
Because I've only ever seen. I've seen that it was made. I've seen that some people were sacked because of it, and I've seen that the public opinion is weirdly in favour of them. So that was very interesting. But I've not actually seen anything that Macron said. I've seen that Le Pen endorsed the sentiments of the letter, but yeah, I've not seen what he said.
It's not the first one the French generals have sent, by the way.
Oh, is it not? I didn't know that.
No, they've done this before. I mean,
was it 2016 or 2018 that they sent a letter last?
I believe so. This one's a bit tougher in tone, but it's not totally new.
Wasn't this on the 60-year anniversary of a failed coup as well? I read something like that.
Yeah, there was one in the early 60s, wasn't there? I believe.
61, I believe. Yeah, so it would
be the 60th anniversary. Oh, interesting.
But the French military are a lot more political than, say, the military in the UK are, for example.
Oh, well, you'd expect them to be, I suppose. I mean, obviously, de Gaulle was a general. So you'd expect that sort of has, like, political workings within the ranks. Especially, well, in comparison to our own, I mean, with how it is at the moment.
Well, that was the thing I'm going to bring up in a minute, but anyway, carry on.
Oh, no, I'll be glad to hear that.
I was just going to talk about a video I watched today that I actually put on the Discord, and it's about women in the British Armed Forces and how they're going to change the fitness rules so that women can pass tests, which of course means they're going to lower the fitness rules because women can barely pass ordinary infantry tests. Most women won't even pass ordinary infantry tests, let alone for people like the Paras or the Marines and even the Special Forces, which they're saying they're going to allow women to go into now. It's just ridiculous. I mean, every single serviceman who's done a frontline service role knows damn well that women have no place in frontline military. They just don't. And of course, the Forces News, which is where the video was placed on YouTube, which is run by the Ministry of Defence, they're just deleting any comments from people like myself. Like I put the same comment up 3 times, slightly different comments up 3 times, and they're all deleted. Well, but yeah, even the voting, I'm very dubious about. I mean, it's got more downvotes than most of the videos get, but even so, it's just I don't know, man. It's like there's nothing about military efficiency involved in this at all. It's in fact the opposite. And can you imagine, like, if say 20% of the British forces sent to the Falklands had been women? It's just ridiculous. It's ridiculous. The British Army did extensive tests in the 1990s, where they had all male sections, which is the basic maneuver unit for the military. 8 guys, basically, usually. They had all male sections, they had all female sections, and they had mixed sections. And the male sections always easily defeated the other 2. They did the same thing with platoons, which is a group of about 30 blokes under a lieutenant, and exactly the same thing happened. The US Marine Corps did very similar tests, but actually slightly upscaled, like they did companies and stuff, and exactly the same results. The all-male units always outperformed either all-female units or mixed units, always.
I don't know why we need studies on this. I think it's.
I was just about to make the same point.
I mean, I'm no military man. I'm just some bloke on the internet. But just with my limited knowledge of things is, physiologically, is women not made for front lines? Yeah, you know what? There might be some small percentage of them that are, rarely. Like there are a small percentage of men who are, weak and wouldn't be suited for it. Perhaps probably a larger percentage nowadays. But why do you need to have such experimentation on it? And then after it failed, try and implement it when everyone knows that it's not going to work. I mean, it's that thing at the moment is, with all the uproar about women not feeling safe on the streets, and after that one was worded, I mean, like we're so
bayonet in the guts.
Yeah, it's like we're so much weaker than men. That's why we should legalize pepper spray and tasers for women only. And it's like, right, but you also believe you can do everything, and you should be in the armed forces on the front line. And don't get me wrong, I'm sure there are some tough as shit women out there who could knock me on my arse. And that's fine, but that's also not the vast majority of people.
I think that's why you shouldn't go down the route of trying to use studies, because the minute you instantly open yourself up to the exception to try and disprove why you should ban it. I think just say no. Just say no.
Yeah, I think the reason behind the British Army and USMC studies was that in those days they were trying to keep women out, and they just wanted the data to prove it, which they got. But of course now this stuff is coming, this globo homo stuff, and that's all it is coming down from the politicians. And increasing numbers of senior officers in the military are more political than anything else these days. And politically correct.
Sorry, just something else I wanted to bring up as well is that obviously I'm against it, but how much do you think we're actually going to see? Because it's something that they could very easily pass, and then as we've seen before, because I believe in America they have quite thoroughly enforced quotas, but all you see happen is that they go into administration roles.
Yeah, that will happen a lot, of course.
Yeah, yes. So it's all it is symbolic.
It is, but it is and it's not, because they are actually trying to get them now into the infantry, which they weren't before. That kind of stuff.
Yeah, well, I agree that they're trying that now, but how long do you think that's going to continue when women actually realise that they have the potential to get killed?
But I mean, that happens in the States. I mean, the number of women who get, because a woman can't be posted overseas into a war zone anyway if she's pregnant. And it's amazing how many women suddenly become pregnant when their unit is going to be deployed. So, yeah, I mean, it's just ridiculous. It doesn't make any common sense whatever to put women in the infantry. They're not strong enough. They're not large enough. They're almost never aggressive enough, and they're not enough team players either, because you have to be a team player in the military to work. And they just aren't that. And it's been proven time and time again that blokes will do ridiculous things under fire to try and save women.
Oh,
which they certainly wouldn't do if it was a bloke, It's
Has Sojo got a galaxy brain take upon this matter? I'd like to see what Sojo, if they fight for President Macron, we will accept them on the front lines as comrades in arms.
Duke, I think you're the only person here who's been in the Navy.
The army, mate. The army.
Oh, sorry.
You don't say that enough, Duke.
I know I don't. Yeah.
Beg your pardon.
It's my son who's in the Navy.
Ah, okay. Yes, of course. I mean, the burning question I have is are the girls that join the army and the military, are they a good shag? I mean, that seems to be the pertinent question to be asked here. I mean, you must know, surely.
The only military women I had anything to do with were nurses, so no, I don't really.
You don't. Okay. That's
the only thing I
very
can tell.
diplomatic answer there.
The only thing, Queen Alexandra's Royal Army Nursing Corps, who wear rather fetching red capes when they're in full dress, they were nice enough girls. And one of them, when the army switched over to making them do their own guards in England, because previously they had men guarding their barracks outside, and when they switched them over to them having to do their own guards, I remember this girl I was knocking around with said to me, "Well, I couldn't actually shoot anyone." So, so it's just nonsense. It really is.
But do you not get the impression that my general opinion is that we're at a place as a society where we kind of just have to let this happen. What we need is we need a war, maybe a small conflict like the Falklands or Iraq, where there's some girls on the front line and they get wasted. And
yeah, you're going to get that in China. You're going to get that with China, I suspect.
Because this sort of like cultural freight train that we're on, there's no brakes to this thing. This has got to come to a sort of natural conclusion. So, yeah. I mean, we can all sit here and sort of lament what's going on, but I don't really see anything changing until the rubber hits the road, as it were.
There's going to be a disaster and a lot of people are going to get killed, and then everyone will turn around and say, "Oh my God, we couldn't see this was going to happen,"
Exactly. There's going to be a disaster and everyone's going to take stock and reality's going to hit and everyone's going to say, "Oh yeah, that was like a nice idea on paper, but in practice it was a load of bullshit, and we're going to get a bloody nose and look like a bunch of fools." And the Chinese are going to whip, the West's arse somewhere, probably. Yeah,
I can see, for example, and I hope to God this doesn't happen, but I could easily see something like a Royal Navy warship sinking that's damaged because the women can't do the damage control properly. That sort of thing. Really can. I just can see it happening, and I hope to God it doesn't, but I really think it's going to.
Oh, I think that there will be an embarrassment, but I'm not necessarily certain that it will be because of women. I just think that as a society and as a cultural force in the world, that we are so far gone that we're kind of just living in the fumes of the greatness of our civilization. And that goes for Europe, that goes for the United States. China is the preeminent power, and I think that we are collectively going to probably get a bloody nose at some point, and reality will hit, and that will be the point where we recognize institutionally that we are no longer top dog. And in many ways, I actually kind of welcome it, because something needs to arrest this decline that we are in.
Yeah. Well, I just hope it doesn't cost a load of lives, which unfortunately I think it probably will. So,
what do you think could arrest the downward track that we're on?
Sojo?
I think a large dose of reality. I really do think it will come from China, because I don't think that they, from my own observations, they don't have this kind of pathological problem that we in the West do.
No.
And
sorry, Kevin.
Finish up really quickly. I think there is this kind of delusion in the United States and in Europe that we are still top dogs, but actually I think that a lot of people. There are people are recognizing that China's a rising power, but I think that we will wake up one day collectively and realize, oh shit, the Chinese actually have overtaken us by a large degree, and that will be when I think there will be a lot of soul searching, and things will probably have to go back to normal. I think liberalism will have to sort of negotiate its own sort of recession at that point, when real politics actually sort of become a factor.
Real life interferes with the critical theory.
Yeah, absolutely, Duke. Yeah.
Do you do you identify as an accelerationist, or do you have sympathies towards that kind of view?
No, I don't. I mean, that's not something that I want to happen. But it's my sort of impression that that's really going to be the only thing that will arrest the decline.
Yeah, I only ask because I'm interested in it, and I to an extent see it as an inevitability, but I don't think that their solution of accelerationism is a correct answer. But what I wonder with accelerationism is what the end point is that they then see the upward swing. That's why I wanted to ask what you saw arresting the downwards spiral. Some kind of international conflict, you think, would be what bloodies our nose and makes us face reality again?
I think at some point the Americans themselves will have their own Suez moment. That I think that will be the catalyst where they think, oh shit, hang on a minute, this has all gone a bit too far, and we're now second.
We have to be clear though that, I mean, Suez militarily was a successful operation. They took a bit too long to do it, but that was more the government than the forces. But the actual military part of Suez worked perfectly well. It was
stopped them.
Yeah, it was merely that
bloody Yanks.
Yeah, Eden was unwilling to risk the ire of the Americans. Which in fact I think he should have said to the Americans, "Well, go on, then do what you're going to do," because I don't think in the end they would have been able to, because we were too important an ally, and he just wasn't willing to risk it, sadly. But I agree with Sojo. I think there's going to be a real big upset. I mean, I've said this several times, and I'm not wishing it, but I think it's going to happen. I will be amazed if there's not a fairly major war with China over the next 10 years. I think it will be mainly a sea and air war. Probably you're going to need Marines and this kind of stuff for islands. And I could easily see Western military forces coming badly unstuck, and largely because of the women issue.
The only boon in that is at least from what I've heard and vaguely seen, is that really the Chinese military in total suffers from the problem that all of their equipment has been manufactured in China. And supposedly their firearms aren't particularly great.
Their equipment is not up to the standards of the best equipment that the West has yet, but it will be fairly soon. They copy and reverse engineer everything, and they make half the stuff in the world, and not everything China makes is crap. Like their tank is not a great tank, but it's a perfectly good tank. It's not the best tank in the world, but it's by no means the worst. Yes, and they have far more. And they're building warships. Like they're building something like 10 warships a year. Britain at the moment isn't building one every 3 years.
Right, and I think the point about China is that, yes, one can say they're copycats, but they're very good at iterating over sort of product cycles, and before you know it, they're the leaders in 5G. Sorry, Gabe. They have 1/3 of all patents in 6G technology. So what they do is they copy, then they get to a sort of equal standing with us, and then they eventually leapfrog us. So to my mind, it's just a matter of time before they have military technology that rivals the West, and then probably will surpass it.
Eventually, yeah. Frederick Tarr in the chat. How can there be a war when nuclear weapons exist? I'll tell you how there can be a war when nuclear weapons exist. No one will use them because both sides have them. There's no point in mutually destroying each other. They just won't get used. And I am not suggesting that someone's going to invade China and take over half of it. All it would be about would be probably, in the first place, probably defending Taiwan, which China really badly wants to take. And also then kicking them out of all these islands they've occupied in the South China Sea. That's what it would be about. And it would be more than skirmishes. More than skirmishes, a lot more. You're talking about sunken warships and stuff like that on both sides.
Yeah. So I think Soji's right on the technology. I mean, I've got to admit, I have a Chinese phone. Like, because I don't really care about having like an iPhone or anything like that. I've got one of these like Huawei whatever phones, and I've got to admit it's been really good. They've actually made it really, really well, and it's like I mean, remember like a while ago you saw these sort of like Chinese phones, like smartphones, and they were absolutely crap. But over just that iterative development cycle, they have increased to a point of they're actually like a legitimate player, really.
Well, I'm just addressing the chat here again, fellas. Sonos Hamar, sorry, mate, I just think you're wrong. They won't get used. There is no purpose in Beijing blowing up Washington or London when London and Washington can blow up Beijing. It's just no point. It's not going to happen.
The other question I have is: are we even certain that conflict with China would result in liberalism failing? Do you not think that they could ramp up and just play on the...
I strongly suspect that in a relatively big naval and air war involving Marines and amphibious landings and this kind of stuff, I think that the female thing would come home to roost badly for us. And by us, I mean the British, the Americans, the Australians, etc. I think it would come home very badly.
Well, could you not think that they could be moved into another position and it would just be completely ignored? This is what I mean by it being a symbolic act. That they could just be moved into different positions.
You can't,
the narrative
you can't change. You can't actually change units completely around. It's just not that possible to do that. And these days, like in a Royal Navy warship, for example, up to 20% of the people on a Royal Navy warship are chicks.
Mm.
It's ridiculous, and yet you see them when they're in basic training. And the Royal Navy has damage control simulators, which can simulate like large amounts of flooding and all this kind of stuff when a ship gets a hole put in it from a missile or a gun or something. And you see them when they're training, and they all end up crying in the corner in a training scenario.
I don't want to see.
But they still pass.
I don't want to steal the black pill limelight from Sojo, but I just feel like I've looked at what this nation has allowed to happen to our daughters already, and I wonder if sending them to die in the thousands against the Chinese will incentivize us to do anything. Because what the hell else would they have been through?
Don't disagree. But my point is that what's going to happen? Warships that would survive if they had all male crews won't, because of the women who can't do their job properly.
Yeah, I agree, but is that going to be reported? If it happens, it's just going to be a loss. Where would the narrative be coming from that we would have had this, we would have survived this if not for the crew?
They'll certainly try and cover it up. I mean, even on that video I was talking about today, someone had put in like three girls who had won a medal, in Afghanistan. And as I said underneath this comment, I said, and about 10,000 blokes have also won those same medals. It's 3 women, big deal, It's just, you will understand, it's a ridiculous straw man argument to put up 3 chicks who've won a medal. Particularly when they're looking to give women medals anyway,
Look, I completely agree. I just look at how much common sense and reality has already been ignored. I hope that I'm wrong. I hope we don't even end up in this conflict, but I don't see anything.
I think it's pretty. The reason I think it's going to happen is because if we don't do it in the next 10 years, we will definitely lose.
Yeah.
By we, I mean the Americans.
But hang on a minute.
You should change your name to Douglas MacArthur rather than Iron Duke.
Well, not really. Although MacArthur wasn't totally wrong about China, but the fact is, if in 10 years' time, the Chinese military will be too big and powerful for America and our allies to take on, which they're not now, but they will be.
Yeah, but hang on a minute. I mean, let's think about this strategically. Given the state of things, in many ways, I actually think that I would rather be loosely allied with China going forward, because they don't have this kind of this suicidal death wish as a civilization that we do. So I'm personally quite happy to cut America loose and say, au revoir and fuck you, personally.
Oh, I think that should be our course of policy.
You can say that, but I mean, I am no fan of the Chinese Communist Party, I've got to admit. But you've also...
you say, but what is it? Hello, Oak.
Oh, boys.
But I was just going to say, you've also got to look at the fact that, look, the likely cause of this is China trying to invade Taiwan. And America cannot...
Why should we care about that?
Well, we care about that because we've got allies in the Pacific and
because war is good and just.
No, not because of that at all. We have allies in that region. Look, if there's a war over Taiwan, okay, it's definitely going to involve Japan. It's definitely going to involve Australia.
Why? No. But I'm asking. Yeah, but here, I think here's the fundamental crux, which is that why should Japan or us or Australia give a shit whether China absorbs Taiwan into the mainland? Why do we care?
Because if they get away with taking Taiwan, then Australia itself is not safe, and Japan itself is not safe. Simple as that.
Yes.
Simple as that.
Why would China want to have Australia?
Well, because of all the minerals and what have you.
They have ridiculous natural resources.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, but they already have. That's already in the bag.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't. There's a trade war going on at the moment. Actually,
yes. Yeah, but hang on a minute. Let's not sort of delude ourselves. The Australians are more than happy and absolutely want to be able to sell the minerals to China.
Yeah, they did. They
still do. Come on, money talks and bullshit walks.
No, mate, I'm telling you now that there is a trade war with China at the moment, and I'm also
exactly.
I know that. And the Australian politicians, certainly the ones on the mainstream right, have actually started to wake up with what's going on with China at the moment. And it's not just that; it's also China pushing against places like the Philippines, Indonesia, and etc.
But I think I understand where Sojo's coming at. Is why would that go hot? Why would that, for any reason, why would that benefit anyone? I do think that the days of large-scale military warfare, at least for the time being, are very much over.
Well, you can think that, but you're not right. But okay.
I know, but why? At the end of the day, we live, sadly, under a global neoliberal finance capitalist system, which means that war is unprofitable and bad for investors, and they're not going to allow that to happen.
All right, look, I'm going to tell you, I'm just going to say this once more, and I'll hope people will kind of get it. If America, and it's basically America at the top of this, if America doesn't take on China in the next 10 years, they won't be able to. And my guess is that they will do so while they can. I mean, I could be wrong about that, but I don't think I am.
I mean, I studied at university.
The other thing that is ramping this up is that China is definitely going to do something to try and take Taiwan back. And if that happens, neither America nor its allies can allow that to happen.
Yeah, no, I would agree, but I don't know whether that is actually going to happen. I mean, fair enough, they flex their muscles over it. Obviously, China have built a whole replica of basically like main government center Taiwan that they practice capturing.
Yeah, there's a big island of China that they regularly practice on as well.
Yeah,
yes.
Isn't that just muscle flexing and like trying to be chads on the global scale? Do you think that's...
No. Pretty much, the guy who everyone calls Winnie the Pooh, who runs China, has pretty much committed himself to taking Taiwan back while he's still alive. So,
but the thing
he's
is,
quite old.
But the thing is there really a point with this? I mean, the thing is, if we look back historically, China has always been the center, the major player, and the major power in the world. Is that not? Is history just not assuming its natural order of things? I mean, if we look in the past, really, this flare up of Europe being the center of attention has only really been what the last 600, less than 600, probably like 400, 500 years.
So what about the Roman Empire?
Yeah, but really, in the vast scale of things, did that really matter to most of the rest of the world when it was very China dominated? I mean, what I'm
trying to say is, you're saying Europe's only 600 years. It's more like 3,000.
Oh no! I would agree, because I think it is more important to somebody who lives in the area. But if you look at the grand scale of just human history, China has always been bigger, more dominant, mattered more to the world. We do have a Europe-centered history, as we should, because we live here, and it matters more to us, and I think it does shape the world a bit more. But you can't deny that at least China and its mass politics and its great big kingdoms and often unitary government has been really impactful on history. Until it's just we don't focus on it because we're not blooming Chinese people.
I don't disagree with any of that, but I don't think any of that is going to stop America going to war with China while they can still win.
Yeah, I mean, well, this is the thing. I mean, I would say actually it would implore them more to do so, because if you want to keep your unipolar hegemon, you need to back down your next rival. Because really, the worst thing about a world, in certain respects, is when you don't have one power as top dog, because it means there's lots of squabbling and great amounts of wars. Which, if you don't like that sort of thing, isn't a good thing. And obviously, if America gets knocked off top dog and China's sort of vying for control, you end up then with, maybe India. Fair enough, India's a bit of a joke and a meme being superpower in 2020. But they're still a massive nation and account for a lot of people, and are rivals with China.
And they've got nuclear weapons. They've got a fairly strong navy.
And everyone forgets Pakistan and the Philippines as well, which are vastly populous nations. And do have a large
Indonesia,
exactly, exactly. That we all just forget because we're too focused on our own bollocks that we don't really pay attention to.
I live in Australia. I live in Australia, so I get a bit more of this stuff from the local angle.
We don't get that at all here. No, it's like
Well, I'll tell you one thing, mate. HMS Queen Elizabeth, flagship of the Royal Navy, the aircraft carrier, is setting out with a British Navy task group, and she's coming out here. And one of the things she's going to be doing is going through the South China Sea to basically wave the flag in the Chinese face and say, "Well, you're going to stop us because the Chinese claim that water, and it's the rest of the world says no, it's not." And they're going to be doing that. And then they're going to be coming to Australia and doing exercises with the Royal Australian Navy, etc. So anyone who thinks, it's got nothing to do with Britain, you're wrong, guys. And I can say this: my son's going to be aboard HMS Queen Elizabeth, so I'm directly.
Very nice. But no, I agree. It should very much have something to do with. At the end of the day, Australia is one of our greatest allies in the world, if not our greatest. And we need to make sure that they're secure as a nation. And at the end of the day, also Japan is a natural ally. People forget how similar, really, the Japanese geography and way of being is. Although it's obviously a bit alien because it's eastern and.
But they're also
very similar to us. They are probably the most British of the Asian people.
And also, Gabriel, don't forget that the first formal alliance that Britain had in the 19th century, the 20th century, I should say, was with Japan, the Anglo-Japanese Naval Alliance in 1902. They were our ally until the Washington Naval Treaty after World War I.
Oh yeah, and well, to be honest, I'm not one of these weebs. I don't really care much for them, but they're all right. They're good lads. The Nips, they're all right. You allowed to say that anymore? I don't know.
Yeah, the Japanese have got quite a good navy. They're even building aircraft carriers these days.
They're getting back to it now, aren't they? After obviously their period of just having a civil defence force.
Yep, absolutely. What are we looking at here? Sorry, someone's just sent me something.
Yeah, because we know the Americans are basically, they had 50 years of saying, the Japanese can only have sort of self-defense forces. And then suddenly they realize that there's a new superpower on the block. And so America needs their pals and chums to spend a bit more on defense. And
absolutely. And we should support that. I mean, they're a martial people, not unlike ourselves.
I think there is... I'm sorry, I not to cut you off.
Go for it, lad.
There is the sort of I actually understand it, that there is the sort of the default position to want to side with the Americans, but purely sort of pragmatically thinking about this from the sort of the Eterno-Anglo perspective. In many ways, I really think that perhaps we should be looking to cut the Americans loose and actually side with China. Because I think from sort of, I think from a rightist point of view, the fact that they do not appear to be infected with this kind of sort of cultural suicide virus that the rest of the West has, I think I get the. I hate to say it, but in many ways, I would rather that China was top dog at the minute than America, because there wouldn't be this sort of gay imperialism that
No, there wouldn't be. But the thing is, there'd be a lot worse, like communism, for example, which is
I kind of
just an
think that
awful
myself.
ideology,
but hang on a minute.
Asian
Hang
weird
on a minute.
mysticism,
I mean,
and alien cultural ideas that would be forced into our schools. Which, it's happening at the moment. We should combat that.
Whoa. Hang on a minute. I mean, let's not sort of joke ourselves here. Communist? I mean, they're not. They may be communist in name, but are they communist in? I would make the argument that the West is more communist and embodies more communist values, social values, than the Chinese do. I don't see the Chinese pushing fucking dildos and gay imperialism like we are. This is, the destruction of the family, destruction of the traditional family.
Look, Sojo, I
pushing this.
Sojo, I agree with you that like the center, the epicenter of all this global homo is certainly the United States, and especially when it's under the leadership of people like Biden and Harris. Totally agree with that. But
even Trump. Trump didn't do anything.
No, Trump didn't do enough. I grant you that. And look, all I'm going to say about this is that if push comes to shove, it's not going to be just about the Americans. As I said, it's going to be about the Australians. It's going to be about the Japanese. It's possibly going to be about the South Koreans, and even the bloody Indians, who the British Armed Forces are doing more and more exercises with for a reason. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So it's not just about the Americans, and Britain simply cannot say, okay, we're not going to have anything to do with the Yanks anymore. It wouldn't be possible even.
No, but the thing is, we should more closely align ourselves to the Commonwealth nations. And
I totally agree with that. I'm a candidate.
It's obviously it goes without being said that's the major failing of Britain since the end of World War II. But really, that's what we should focus on, is particularly in regards to the South Pacific, with Australia and New Zealand to a lesser degree, Australia primarily. But also, we do need to focus on India as well. We should be using this COVID stuff to provide more aid so that we can get on their good terms. One for trade.
I don't think we should be giving more aid. I don't think we should be giving India more aid.
All this other stuff at the moment.
India can afford to build aircraft carriers and have nuclear weapons. It doesn't need aid from Britain. That's my opinion.
I mean, what do we even care? Why do we even care about the Indians? I mean, we are not Indian.
No, we don't care about the Indians. We care about the Indian Ocean.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying about.
We're a global trading nation, and we've always been a global trading nation, and we are always going to be a global trading nation because that's the only thing we can do.
Well, every nation is a global trading nation.
Well, not in the way that the UK is. Not in the way that we are still totally dependent on. We're still totally dependent on imports that nearly all come by sea. Yeah, like 98% come by sea.
Yeah, but Duke, I mean, most countries are in the same position now.
No, they're not. No, they are not.
They most certainly are in the same position as us.
It's not true, Sojo, honestly. Like there are still quite a lot of nations in the world who can feed their population and export food. Britain can't do that. Britain wasn't able to feed itself even in the Second World War when our population was vastly smaller.
We are a very small landmass, and actually, I mean, I think I need to pick this fight with you, but there aren't really that many sort of big sort of agricultural producing nations in the world. The United States.
Germany can feed itself. America can feed itself. Australia can feed itself. I do
not think that Germany. No, I don't think that Germany can. France is the sort of preeminent agricultural power in Europe. There's no question about that. They're very important in that respect. They're very much like Australia and America in the sense they have sort of a lot of land mass to produce a lot of food, but there's not really. There's certainly potential for other countries to do that, but they're not sort of economically developed in the same way that we are. So,
but also look at the fact that if you are not an island nation, then a lot of the stuff you need to get can come by road. Can't be done in the UK difference? Because everything that comes into Britain, about 2 to 3% comes by air, but 98% comes on the ocean in ships. This is why the Royal Navy needs to be bigger than it is.
I certainly agree with you on that.
Absolutely.
But the fact
But that is why we care about things like the Indian Ocean and the Pacific and the seas around Australia and the Mediterranean and the Red Sea, where the Red Sea and the Arabian Gulf, where the Royal Navy has been deployed constantly for about 25 years.
Yeah, but Duke, even the Germans will have the same concerns. It's that, okay, they're a landlocked country.
They don't have the ships to go there, even if they wanted to. Germany's got about 4 major warships these days.
No, I know that, and in many ways, it probably would be good for sort of Western kind, if you want to use that kind of like no white guilt term, that Germany had a bit bigger military, but they don't.
No, their military's been destroyed by Merkel, amongst other things.
No, but it's also an American and British policy that the Germans don't have a military. That
No.
Castrated on purpose.
No, Sojo, that's not true. The Germans in the 1990s, for example, had a pretty strong military. Their navy was about 3 times the size that it is now. For example, it's not the Americans and British that have done that. It's Angela Merkel. It's nothing to do with the Americans and British.
Can I just interject?
Yeah, sure. Go on. No, go on.
I want to watch you continue after I make this point, but I just want to ask Duke, do you think that maybe some of the perspective is still viewing Britain as a world power, which we may have slipped from now? So some of the geopolitical defenses that we may need that we may have had to have focused on previously might be better suited to drop to focus on.
No, I don't agree with that at all. It's not true either. Okay. Britain still, in military terms, in military terms of actually being able to exert power anywhere around the world. Mm-hmm. The advantage the Royal Navy has over, say, the Navy of Japan is that most of the Royal Navy can operate anywhere in the world because it has enough support ships to do that just about. Yeah, that's the major thing. And Britain is about 4 or 5 in the world in terms of actually being able to project power around the world. So, no, what you're saying isn't true.
But of course, if Japan wanted to, they're completely within the position to do that. It's just
they could build more support. They could build more support ships and do what the Royal Navy does, but they can't at the moment.
But obviously, the thing about Japan is that they don't have any overseas territories. So I mean, the reason why we have a sort of blue navy water is because we have the Falklands. Because we're sort of very
not just the Falklands. It's not just the Falklands. There are 14 British overseas territories all over the world.
Precisely, and of course the Japanese do not have this, so they don't really have much of a need for having
and Japan
blue water navy.
And Japan actually was limited by the Americans to what they could do until quite recently.
Yeah, of course, and the Germans as well.
But the Germans not so much, actually, not for a long time. The Germans weren't really limited from the 60s onwards. They weren't really limited.
Yes, that's correct in the sense that once the Soviet Union began to pose a big threat to Western Europe, people thought, oh, hang on a minute, it would be nice if the West Germans sort of paid their share.
Yep,
absolutely for obvious reasons.
Yeah. But as I say, Merkel has basically pretty much destroyed the German armed forces over the last 10, 15 years. They are very weak at the moment. They're weaker than they were at any time until just after the Second World War.
Yeah. And I think it's also part of their culture as well, because it means that they can spend more money on sort of welfare programs rather than
all those immigrants they need to give dole money to them, that sort of thing. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, those engineers, those accountants, and those rocket scientists. Syrians. Yeah.
All right, we're going to slightly change tack here, gents, because I might do a stream on this at some stage that will just be about this, and then Sojo, you can come on and we'll argue. But I don't want to make this whole stream that. And also, Royal Oak has just turned up. So good evening, Royal Oak. And was there something you wanted to talk about, particularly to start your section on here?
All right. Well, I was listening a little bit earlier. You were talking about the whole, I don't know, females in the military thing. I think Sojo makes a very, very good point. People make the whole accelerationist point thing. Like people say it with America especially. But I mean, it's easy to say that when you wouldn't need to live through it to an extent. I don't know. It's a bit of a. It's the whole thing.
You calling Sojo old?
No. Well, I'm not saying that.
I'm old.
Well, comparatively to me,
you're not as old as me, man.
True.
I mean, I don't know. It just sounds like it. When people say like, "Oh, I want America to collapse," I mean, like, there's going to be enormous human suffering if America collapses. I mean, but Yeah, I don't know. That's why I don't like to. That's why I don't really like the accelerationist thing. But maybe that's.
I
just
also
wishful
think
thinking,
it'll go with a whimper rather than a bang. People think it will go with a bang. I don't think it will. I think
Yeah, you're totally right.
It'll be a long trailing off whimper that will happen.
I mean, Cicero's golden rule, Quay, what is it? Quay, whatever
Cui
it is.
bono.
That's the one.
Who benefits?
Who benefits?
Who benefits?
That's what I don't know. It's a good thing to ask yourself, like who would benefit from. I don't know. I think it's true to an extent with the war with China. You kind of there's sort of like different intricacies in terms of like Taiwanese politics, like Taiwan like shifts towards Beijing and away from Beijing quite consistently.
Yeah.
There's not really been a change in the status quo there for quite some time. They China, when like there's a, I don't know, fairly like anti-Beijing government gets elected, what they usually do is they they did this once. They built like a copy of the like central square in Taipei and as like a military base. And then just did loads of practice things. They're like basically saying to them like, we're preparing to invade you if you don't like, buck up and stop.
There's also the island of Hainan, I think it's called, which is like a big island off the coast of China, which China does run, and they regularly practice on that for invasions of Taiwan.
Well, I mean, I don't know. There's nothing to say particularly there's going to be a change in the status quo with that, at least not in the near future. In my view, I think eventually, these civilizations may come to clash, but
Winnie the Pooh has said that he's going to take back Taiwan while he's in power, and he's quite old. So there we go.
I actually think that the Americans will eventually acquiesce on Taiwan and let the Chinese mainland take it.
Well, if that happens, that'll be the end of the USA as a world power if they do that.
Well, but of course,
I think they're almost done for now. Anyway, looking at Biden,
I think but look, listen. I think this gets exaggerated, particularly on the right. It really does. It gets exaggerated by our guys. America is still an extremely powerful country militarily.
Yes.
And don't underestimate that. Just don't. And also they have a huge population. They have a lot of money. Yeah, okay, they got a lot of debt, and their money machines are going brr and all this stuff. But don't underestimate the Yanks. They're not going to just fall over. I mean, look at Britain, for example. Like in 1913, Britain was immensely rich and immensely powerful. And then we fought this enormous World War, 1418, and lost like 750,000 British Empire soldiers and what have you. And we were still immensely rich and powerful at the end of it. We were just a lot poorer and less rich than we had been. And so don't overestimate how quickly America is going to go down the plug hole.
Yes, I very much agree with that assessment. But I think in many ways we need to focus our minds on why it is that Taiwan is actually important. What is it about Taiwan that is a strategic strategic importance to America and by extension the Western world? And what it comes down to is semiconductor manufacturing. Taiwan is very important with respect to the manufacturing of semiconductors. So chip fabrication.
There's another reason,
but that is the primary interest. It's chip fabrication.
Well, there is that, but there's also the fact if Taiwan falls, then nothing is going to stop the Chinese from doing the same thing to Indonesia and the Philippines. Nothing.
Yeah, but I think that I actually don't think that's. I don't think that's the real reason. I think the semiconductor thing is the important thing. It's
possibly.
I'm
sure it is. I'm sure it is important, but I think like there is the global reason that like if they get away with that, they're going to try it somewhere else for sure.
But the point I was making is that there's a company called TSMC who are one of the major sort of chip fabricating companies in the world. And they've basically said over the past 6 to 12 months that they're going to be investing something like $100 billion over the next 4 years in chip fabrication in the United States. And so this is a signal to me that basically the Americans have realized that they need to move these very important and strategic industries out of Taiwan because they basically know that the game is up and they can't really defend it. So
no, they can defend it. They can defend
yeah,
it.
sure, they can. They
Yeah.
can defend it. I don't think they will defend it. I think basically.
I think you're wrong about that, man. Listen, absolutely
think they're going to go to war over Taiwan?
Absolutely, definitely not. I don't think. I'm absolutely sure that if China tries to take Taiwan, America will go to war. Yes, they have to.
Really?
Yeah, they have to. And so will Australia. So will Japan. South Korea might.
I think.
And if America goes, trust me, so will the Brits.
I think Taiwan will find themselves a very lonely, casting a very sort of lonely figure in the South Pacific.
You're really wrong about that. You're totally wrong about that, mate. And you have to be wrong because, like I said, if China can get away with taking Taiwan, there's no reason they shouldn't take large portions of Indonesia and large portions of the Philippines. And they will do that if they get away with taking Taiwan. So all you're doing,
I don't know.
You're going to be in the same position that Britain was in before World War II, when we didn't do anything about the Austrian Anschluss. We didn't do anything about Czechoslovakia. In fact, we gave Czechoslovakia away, and then we gave stupid guarantees to Poland, which I think was an idiot thing to do, but we did. You're going to get into that position. And particularly, as we've been saying, because America is getting weaker and China are getting more powerful. So you can't afford to do that. And I don't think the Americans will, frankly. As I said, I don't want there to be a war there because there's a good chance if there is, my son's going to be involved in it, okay? But I am almost certain that there's going to be a war with China over the next 10 years. If there isn't, I'm going to be amazed.
I simply want to challenge the premise that China is sort of expansionary. I just don't understand why.
Have you seen what they're doing in Africa by any chance?
Yeah, but they're not taking. That's commercial. That is a sort of commercial interest.
No bases. Have you looked at their bases? The new military bases they're putting up.
But again, it's not. China doesn't have the pedigree and the history of being a sort of colonializer, really. From my point of view, anyway. So
you think that China is this vast, great country it is now because the Chinese never expanded? And bear in mind, we're talking about the Han Chinese, basically, these days. Yeah. There's a lot of different people in China, but really we're talking about the Han Chinese these days.
Yeah. But, I mean, why would the Chinese be any different from the Americans in the sense that, technically speaking, the Americans haven't, colonized anyone, but they exert exert an enormous power over all countries in the world, and that is how they sort of exert their influence.
How many nations have American bases?
Yeah, sure, they have American bases. Fucking what? The Americans have bases everywhere else anyway. So someone's going to have a base somewhere. I kind of think to myself, it's more advantageous for us for the Chinese to have bases there than the Americans because they won't come with the dildo and the whip.
Wow, I wonder. Go on.
No, I'll tell you why. I mean, I think you have to understand the sort of intricacies of Chinese history. Like you've said that they don't have a history of colonization. You may be aware that they call, I think, the 100 years where they were being colonized. I think they called it I can't remember the exact time. I think
Century of Humiliation.
That's the one. Century of Humiliation.
Yeah.
So
they want to make up for that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they're pretty
and
much.
We call it what?
I don't know what we call it, but
we don't call it anything. But it was
we're just not interested in it.
Well, it was when Britain was able to take bits of China and capture Beijing almost at will and this kind of stuff.
It's not necessarily. I mean, there's a city in Malaysia that the Chinese built with the permission of the Malaysian government, with a majority Chinese population. I can't remember what it's called. But there was a whole thing with debts and payments and things like that, and they managed to wing it so that it's basically owned by the Chinese government. So I mean, doing things like that, and obviously, you've brought up they've built a lot of bases recently. They've also taken over some docks. I think it's somewhere in Greece they've taken over docks, and also in Portugal they've taken over docks as well, and Sri Lanka, and I believe Pakistan as well.
Yeah, and don't forget the Royal Navy had big naval bases in Sri Lanka when it was still on.
Yes, on. So I don't know.
And also don't forget Britain still has the British Indian Ocean Territory, which is a very important military base Not only for the
we
Brits,
don't.
but also for the Americans.
Americans have that now,
Well,
Duke.
No, they
My
don't, mate.
perspective, anyway.
No, they do not. And British warships go there regularly, and it's owned by Britain. Okay.
Yeah, we may technically have sovereignty over Diego Garcia, but the Americans
Not technically, Sojo. In actual fact, and British warships these days visit it very regularly.
Yeah, maybe, but that's only because we are chummy with the Americans. If the Americans will take that if they want it, in my view.
They can't take it because they don't own it. Well, they're going to declare war on the UK to take a British island, aren't they? I don't think so.
Yes, I think they would. And
No,
our
they
government
wouldn't.
would acquiesce.
No, they're not going to do that, Sojo. It's not going to happen. All right. I will also point out to you that Britain has just opened and is reopened, I should say, its naval base in Singapore.
And also in Jafar
Yes.
as well.
Yes.
Cracking. Hey,
Bahrain.
Singapore
And in
for
Bahrain,
everyone.
as Sojo said, also in Bahrain. Yes, absolutely true.
HMS
There's
Jafar, I think.
Yeah.
I can't say that I'm happy about this because it's kind of, I mean, we are, the sort of the meme that we're the poodle of America is true, and
I don't think it is, but
oh, come on.
I think it's more than it should be. It's more than it should be, but I don't think that's totally true because, as Gabriel, for example, said earlier, Britain's interest here is not just the fact that you've got British islands in the area. It's also the fact that Australia is a great British ally and full of people of British stock.
Yeah, but our own government doesn't give a shit about that. We may care about that. I deeply care about that.
I think we're not giving them that credit.
Yeah, but Britain's just done a very good trade deal with Australia, by the way.
Yeah, but then these are all liberal talking points that I don't really have much care for.
So
what do you care for, Sojo?
Are you a Kanzuk supporter?
Macron's Machiavellian schemes.
Sojo, are you a Kanzuk supporter?
Yes, I am. I am a Kanzuk supporter. I mean, in many ways, I think that there should be a sort of grand, sort of Anglo empire that stretches across the globe. Absolutely, but that's not the way things are.
Okay, but you've got to work towards that kind of thing,
Yes, most certainly. Yeah, most certainly.
So I mean, I can tell you for a fact, speaking to Australians, not all of whom are British descent Australians, that Australia is actually looking forward to this British task force with a big British aircraft carrier arriving out here, because a lot of Australians are quite concerned about this trade war with China and all this kind of stuff. So there's a lot of Aussies who are actually they're looking forward to the Brits finally turning up back here with a reasonably powerful naval force.
Well, so, we kind of owe them, really, given
we do. They've been loyal supporters.
World War II, World War One. They didn't have to do what they did, but we owe them.
The fact they're just good lads in general.
Yes,
I mean,
absolutely
they're good
right.
lads, and I've always thought this, even as a young man in my teens. But if there was any other country that I was prepared to fight and die for, it would be New Zealand and Australia and Canada. I really do consider them to be basically my own country.
They're our brothers. They're our brothers.
Quite sincerely.
Yeah. Brothers and sisters, I suppose.
Yeah. So I mean, that's my own personal view. But whether our government has the same view, I don't know.
Yep, absolutely agree with that. Okay, we haven't heard from the Albion for a bit, and I'd like to get his takes on some of the stuff we've been talking about before we move on to a different subject.
No, I was just engrossed in the conversation. Two things that spring to mind that I just wanted to bring up is an article that we, over on my channel, we did a stream on a couple of months ago called From Geopolitics to Geoeconomics. It was a really good essay that just sprang to mind just on the transference of military power to the sort of international finance power that we see now. Obviously, it's always been present, but just the prominence of it. And I just wonder, just in thinking through whether or not we have this conflict with China or not, I just wonder if the house always wins regardless. If conflict occurs, as Royal Oak brought up, cui bono, and if conflict doesn't occur, the same question applies. I just wonder I just leave with more questions than answers in some of this, because in some ways I'm reminded of hypernormalization, where every debate that's being had, sometimes it feels like obfuscation from the real issues. Not to say that these conversations aren't valuable, but sometimes I just wonder.
What would you say the real issues are?
Well, my initial reaction would be removing liberalism. But obviously then that's followed up by how do you do that? And conflict or not, I see very little way of it budging for quite some time. I don't want to bring the mood down. I'm just it's a fascinating conversation about the potentials of going into conflict with China, but I do still wonder, where does that actually leave us at the end? We're either pally with China and still in the same boat, or we're bloodied faces and just as liberal as we were before.
I'm going to admit, I'd love to live in your white-pilled boomer world, Iron Dude, just like sometimes, because I just think it's marvelous.
First of all, I'm not a boomer. Second of all, I'm not at all white-pilled. I'm too young to be a boomer. I'm sorry, man. I'm only just, but I am too young to be a boomer.
Boomers keep changing.
No, I was born in 1965, mate. That's beyond being a boomer. Trust me.
That is, yeah.
Yeah, it's 20 years after World War II, you know. But also, I'm not white-pilled. I wish I was, but I'm not. I will just say one thing, because we've talked about this a lot on this stream. I'm going to do a stream on this that's going to be just on this. And Sojo and I and anyone else who wants to join can come on and have their say about it, and we'll just talk about this. But I don't want to make this whole stream just about that. Okay.
I think the comments I was just seeing Duarte fan said global finance possibly supports China, and I think that's kind of true. China is the ideal model for this kind of like, global neolib finance capitalist structure.
But not everything is done by finance. You know, there are a lot of things that happen in the world make no sense financially.
I know, but like at least the powers that be, these big financial companies, China is the ideal model, because you have this authoritarian capitalist state, really, with this lip service to communism and these sort of egalitarian ideas, and then a slave underclass of people who do things, and then a massive middle consumerist class. So really,
it's just like the West.
Yeah, it sounds like us, but on steroids, really. So what's the difference? What do you want?
I mean, look.
So that's sort of my point. These international conflicts, we're getting the same thing either way. So where does it leave us?
And then
we're cozying up. We're cozying up.
Whoa, hang on a minute. I mean, I don't see the Chinese waving a sort of. Sorry, Duke. I don't see the Chinese waving a sort of LGBT flag and a sort of a dildo on one hand and a whip in the other.
Why wouldn't they do that if it suited them? Why wouldn't they do that if it suited them, Sergio?
Yeah, but again, it's because they seem to embody a kind of an ancient verity that hasn't infected their minds yet. I'm quite open to the possibility that this kind of subversive gayness could infect the Chinese mindset, quite possibly.
I don't think that'll happen, but I think that the Chinese Communist Party that runs the place is perfectly capable of claiming that that's a good idea for everybody else, if it suited them.
They don't have any like fundamental like base morality that would say it's wrong.
No, they don't. Because
they tore down
a Christian nation after all.
They tore down all the Confucius statues because they thought he was a reactionary. So
it's power maintenance, isn't it?
Hang on a minute though. Is that although that's true, they're actually now sort of actually quietly reversing that
to an extent.
It makes me laugh when people say, "Oh well, we're still a Christian nation." It's like, hold the fucking phone. No, we're not. No, we are not.
Most people can't pronounce
we
their
are
name
a
properly.
gay liberal nation, and every trad Catholic and Orthodox and Anglican out there who says that we're a Christian nation is deluding themselves.
We are officially a Christian nation, but sadly we're not.
Who cares?
We're
I
not
mean, we have the LGBT flag flying over most government departments. And you're telling me that we're a Christian nation? Get the
Yeah,
fuck
no,
out of here.
Mate, I don't disagree with you. I'm saying officially we are, but we're not in reality.
Who are we ruled by the way, Sojo? What's your quote on that?
Well, I know who we're ruled
Gay
by.
goblins is who we're ruled by.
Yeah. they're Sojo and I are in total agreement. Total agreement with Sojo on that one. Albion, what do you think about this one?
About us being controlled by gay goblins. Yeah, I'm in agreement
Yes.
too.
Yeah, there you go.
It's the only thing we can all agree on tonight.
I think we can all agree on that one.
Yeah, I think that just on whether or not China have any sort of morality, to me, it looks like another. It parallels with Stalin, the move to a more conservative nation after the quote unquote revolution, as a way of conserving power. I don't see it as any kind of base morals. I just see it as conservation.
Yeah, I said this. I don't remember if it was with my stream with Faust or if it was last week, but I said this recently on a stream that basically, it's exactly the same as what Stalin did when the Soviets were hard pressed by the Germans in World War II. He adopted all this traditional Russian nationalism shit, not because he believed in it, but because it suited his purposes.
I mean, it's still called the Great Patriotic War, and that was said at the time. And that was when he brought the motherland rhetoric back, and this Russian patriotism. And obviously, they made that film where they compared it to the invasion by Sweden, and the Teutonic Knights and all this. And
he even brought back like shoulder boards, which were a traditional Russian officer's mark. He brought those back into the Soviet army. He started giving people medals that were things like the Order of Kutuzov, who was the Russian one-eyed general who helped defeat Napoleon in the 1812 campaign and this kind of stuff. It was completely cynical on Stalin's part. But of course, for the real Russian people, it was great because they actually did believe all that stuff because, they were the equivalent of us guys, if you see what I mean, for the Russians. They were nationalist people who wanted to defend their motherland. It had nothing to do with the damn communists, but Stalin just cynically adopted all that stuff. He didn't believe it, of course. For one thing, he was a Georgian, not a Russian. But,
Yeah, and I do see some sincerity with the Chinese Communist Party, but then trusting anyone trusting anyone that identifies as a communist is probably a very bad move. So that sincerity may just be better played than it was by Stalin. But even at the time, Stalin, some of the artwork he was pushing was coming from people that were sincerely calling back to Russian patriotism. But obviously, that was just because they were being less off the leash to express themselves, not because he was actually himself.
Stalin was a complete cynic. He didn't believe in anything, and as I said, he wasn't even a Russian. He was a Georgian. I think that's what we see from China. I mean, I think there's a lot of people on the right I see speaking about how wonderful the Chinese Communist Party is, and I just don't believe it. I'm sorry, I just don't.
Yeah, those are old Albion. No relation. In the chat also mentioned that Stalin reintroduced the Orthodox Church, which again
slightly and up to a very limited point.
Yes, but were there not some parallels to the Chinese Communist Party with reintroducing religion to an extent as well?
Yeah, well, the Chinese Communist Party these days are putting back up the statues to Confucius and this kind of stuff,
Well, yeah,
but
exactly.
Let's not mistake Confucius,
Exactly.
But Confucius is not Jesus, Doesn't have the same kind of stuff behind him at all.
Well, yeah, maybe so, Duke. But I mean, I'm astonished that you actually think that there's a sort of veneer of Christianity in this society. This sounds like a mega cope to my mind.
Okay.
I think it used to be, but it's literally, even in the last 10 years, it's absolutely died on its arse.
I disagree.
By humanist liberal ideas.
I disagree. I disagree. And I'll tell you why.
Go on, Roland.
I think I mean, I don't know. If you go to like countries like Albania, right? They have like 100-year blood feuds because it wasn't a society where it had the Messiah go on top of a mountain and say turn the other cheek. Because they didn't have that. They have blood feuds, and you can go to Afghanistan. There's the same thing. Loads of these countries, especially in India and places like that. And even atheist people, you'll often hear say like, "I'm not Christian myself," or "I'm not religious myself." But I think treat others as you would like to be treated. You might think that's to an extent a universalist sort of dogma, but I mean, it's certainly.
Not.
I mean,
No,
if you look at different countries in the world,
thing. It's a European
exactly.
thing.
Yeah, that's totally right.
I mean, I call myself a cultural Christian. I'm not Christian. I'm somewhere between.
I would say the same, Duke.
I'm an atheist, somewhere between an atheist and an agnostic, but I'm certainly a cultural Christian. And it is a fact that you could walk into any village in England still today and find a often very old church with on the walls monuments to sons of that village who've died in various wars around the world for Britain and all this kind of stuff. That stuff is still there.
Yeah, but that's
it's below the surface, but it's still there.
That's a semiotic. That is, yes, that sort of iconography still exists, but the ideas that pervade the society are completely 100% humanist liberalism.
Largely,
so, I mean,
largely. Look,
I don't understand why we're trying to defend our society when we all know deep down that it's completely debased and fucked.
I'm not defending our society. What I'm saying is it's not as bad at bottom.
Oh, come on.
At bottom, the real ordinary people are not as bad as you're maybe giving the impression of, Sojo.
Well, I mean, we fight about this all the time. Again, this kind of goes back to the conversation we had last night, in the sense that I kind of loathe the general public, and that goes for the working class and the middle class as well. It's not just a working class thing. I kind of loathe them, but at the same time, there are elements when I think they are based. I don't get
that thought. I'm sorry, Sojo. I know we've had discussions about this. I just can't get that. I don't know. I know you get this sort of like media fed image of what people believe, but when you actually talk to like most decent normal people, I mean, like talking to the general public like I do, they're absolutely cracking bunch of people who still have the same sorts of values that we do. It's just that they live them every day and they're hard pressed and have other things to worry about.
I agree with that, but it's also the fact that 50%, 60% of the population still vote for the mainstream parties, and it's kind of like fuck me. How
much do you have to try and repel these?
Exactly.
I agree. Yeah, I agree
exactly.
With that.
Yeah.
But then the thing is, somebody like myself can agree with you guys on a lot of these topics and have certain opinions that would cast me in a certain light, but I've still always voted for mainstream parties. And I'm sorry, if the election came tomorrow, I'd have to vote Conservative on it. As much as I hate that,
I wouldn't vote at all.
I'd certainly vote for anyone but the mainstream parties, basically, providing they were right wing.
Well, they don't run it. They don't run where I am anyway. So,
good evening, Ataman.
All right, how's everyone?
Hey,
how you going, man? I hope your Ataman was on a stream earlier, some sort of quiz or something, and I hope that went well, mate.
Yeah, it was all right. I came third. But
I shall go and watch it after I've finished this stream. Listen, guys, before we get any bit further, I'm just going to ask, because I know Royal Oak's a Christian, and I think the Albion, you're a Christian, aren't you? Like you say you're a Christian, yeah?
I wouldn't tie myself to anything just yet. I don't want to sound fence sitting, but I'm still figuring things out myself.
All right. So what I would say is, I'm Ataman, I know, is a Christian. I would just say to Ataman, Royal Oak, and the Albion to give us your takes on what Sojo and Gabriel were just talking about in terms of modern British society, and is it still Christian?
Oh, I'm a Christian as well. I'm just saying that this is what you see at the moment.
Yeah, I know. I'd just be interested because, like, I know Adam and I know Royal Oak are both Christians, and I thought the Albion was from having watched his streams. So I'd just be interested to see what they would say to what Sojo and you were just talking about, Gabe, in terms of like, do we still have some Christianity going on here?
Can I just interject just to expand on what I was saying? Not so I don't appear like a true fencer. At the moment, I do land somewhere on a more perennial traditionalist view of religion, but I see myself identifying on with a lot of the Christian past of the nation, and I think I probably sway that way in a loss of my faith.
Mm.
Right. Okay. So go, guys. Go.
My new vicar's a woman.
Oh,
Oh,
God,
that's
that must be
sad, mate.
disappointing. That must
You're
be
literally
disappointing.
living the Vicar of Dibley, but without the comedy.
Yeah.
Will you change your church, Adam?
I don't know.
I would.
what church?
If I was a Christian, I'd change.
Well, I mean, I'm Anglican, but
No, I'm
okay,
not
good,
suggesting.
good.
I'm not suggesting that you change your denomination. I'm talking about the actual church you go to.
Well, the thing is, I don't sort of live directly in that area, but every church in my area for quite a distance is under the direct sort of purview of the Archbishop of Canterbury.
Oh God, who's
So
not a good dude? I know.
Basically, every vicar that gets put into our area is some sort of all over. You know, for churches for miles, is some sort of evangelical. You know, almost seem like a plant, to be honest. So, and to be honest as well, I mean, you can go to a different church, but you're not getting away from the posing of the Anglican Church.
No, it's very difficult. I think.
That's a man. Do you know what it is? That you've been sent a test by God, and many weaker men fold at this test and go and join pick and mix Christians is what I call them. They join the Anglican Church and they think, oh, this is a bit gay, and then they go to the Catholic Church and they think, oh, they're a bunch of paedophiles, and they go to the Orthodox Church. But these aren't the churches of our people. We're English. We are Anglicans. You must live through the suffering that God has imposed upon you, and you must sit through these sermons with female bishops or whatever the fuck they are.
I wouldn't do that, Sojo. I've got to say, look,
I would.
No, I wouldn't. I'd listen. I know for a fact that someone like Peter Hitchens, for example, he actually had to search far and wide to find himself a High Church of England, which is like the Anglo-Catholic side of things, church, where they got proper sermons and the vicar was a bloke, and they didn't get any of this globo homo shit. So you can do it, because he did.
But I actually think that the pain and suffering of sitting through that shit sermon is actually worthwhile and strengthens your character.
Yeah, I'm not ready to give up on the Anglican Church. I mean, the other problem as well is that, like, the Catholic Church, let's be honest, if you're a Catholic in the UK, your church is full of Fenians or people that are just...
That's true. That's true. Yeah, that's true.
What do you guys think about the Anglo-Catholic Church? Because when I was at university, we were on
that's High Church of England, isn't it?
Well, we were out on a suits and drinks, and we became quite good friends with an Anglo-Catholic priest, and he said I would never let a woman serve on like the altar sort of ceremonies, or he would never defend all these. He was anti-abortion, he was anti-gay marriage, all of these things. He was like very, very traditional, and I was like, wow, this is like. And I was like, it's like Anglo-Catholic, and a bit of me internally is like, wow, papism. That's kind of unnatural to me as a sensible Englishman. But he was a very good lad, to be honest. I'd be convinced by that potentially.
Gabriel, the guy who married me in a little country church in Berkshire.
Whoa. Married.
Imagine officiating the ceremony.
The guy who ran my marriage. Yeah, the guy who ran my marriage ceremony. And also baptized my son. He was a High Church of England guy, like almost Anglo-Catholic, not quite. But he certainly didn't believe in women because he didn't believe in abortion and all this kind of stuff. And he was an ex-RAF pilot who used to fly Shackleton anti-submarine aircraft, you know. So he was a great guy. I mean, that's one reason I got my son baptized by this bloke. but they do still exist. You know, this is why I was really asking Adam and Royal Oak to talk about, is that I think there is a bit more of a Christian basis in British society, perhaps, than Sojo thinks.
I think it depends on where you go. I know through my parents' friends at work. I mean, my work, they're not particularly that way, but I know my parents' friends at work. It's kind of more middle class, really. There's a lot of middle class people who go to church. Whilst it seems like the domain of the working class isn't going to church anymore.
What do you think about this stuff? You're a young fellow, Royal Oak, and I know you're a Christian. So, do you think maybe there is a little bit more basis of Christianity still in Britain than maybe Sojo thinks?
Oh, sorry. Well, I know Peter Hitchens always used to say, like, what do you say? Like, you know, the Christianity in this country is fading, and eventually it's going to fade completely. And then, you know, what is gonna stop the chaos? I mean, I don't know. Going back to the priest, my grandma was actually a reverend. She was very conservative though, but
not really though. She can't have been if she was a reverend.
Well, she was actually opposed to female priests, but she then became one. But,
Yeah.
so anyway, she's about the most conservative person in my family, I think. But yeah. Anyway, I don't know. I guess I think as I said, I think there is some like still Christian bases for this country. But I mean, like in terms of like, I think it'll probably be gone in like maybe generation or two. But
you don't think we can fight back then?
Well, I don't know. I think statistically, less and less people are going to church. I mean, you can't be a Christian and not believe in like a final victory, I suppose. But I mean,
I'll just say in my entire life, I've never known anyone that regularly goes to church. So even from my perspective, I see it. I see
work
it
on
dead on its
Sundays.
feet.
I have to go to work tomorrow, so I can't go to Sundays.
Exactly. I mean, you can't be too hard on yourselves. But the fact is, what does the Bible say about anal sex and gay marriage?
Yep.
What does it say, guys? What does the Bible say about those things? And yet,
well, it says a man who wears a woman should be stoned, and sodomy is a sin.
Right, exactly. And yet our society has rolled over on these issues because it's like, well, let people do whatever they want to do in their own private homes. So, are we a Christian society? People may nominally say that they are Christian, but do they really, with real hardcore conviction, believe in the things that they're meant to believe in? I think the answer is no.
I would agree with that.
My father went to church like very seldom. Like he'd go to church for weddings and funerals and baptisms, and he would go to church at Christmas. But he was a Christian, absolutely. I mean, he wore it very lightly. Don't get me wrong, but I think that was the British way. It was not something that like infected your whole life, if you see what I mean, for most people. But he was definitely a Christian who believed in God, and had read enough of the Bible that he understood a lot of the stories in it. You know, so yeah, I don't know, man. But like as you guys always say, like my father was born in 1933, so that's a different generation to most of you guys. Totally. And I'd say we're less Christian than we were, but I don't know. Do you ever feel more British than when you see things like, I mean, when the Duke of Edinburgh died in his funeral? I mean, I hated the China virus bollocks about it, but that was real Britain coming to the surface again, I think.
Yeah, I completely agree with you on that, in the sense that I watched that funeral, and although I have not been baptized and I have been raised in a completely irreligious household, both my parents turned their noses up at the idea of religion. But even I instinctively know and have a deep respect for the Anglican Church and its place in our society. And when I saw that funeral, and when I saw those sermons, and I saw those the hymns being sung, and the vicar reading from the Bible, certain verses, I instinctively knew that was my church, even though I may not be a believer.
Yeah.
I am in many ways the same as when a Jew says, "Oh, I'm a secular Jew." I am a secular Anglican. That is,
You're a secular Anglo.
I'm a secular Anglo who would consider himself to be sort of in the bosom of the Anglican Church, and that's it. I can't. There's no rational reason to believe that, but that's what I feel in my heart, because that's
Here's a challenge for you, Sodre. See if you can find an Anglican church where you live. I bet you can. I bet there is one.
There is one. I know there's one because I've already looked it up. There is. There is an Anglican church in Andorra.
The issue is that there's an abundance of people on the right that say this. This is not an attack on you, because in some ways I fall into that category as well, where it's I identify with it, and it's spiritually my church, but may not be practicing. But obviously the difference that we have with someone that is a secular Jew is that there's enough of a bulwark to continue that. It's not going to die out because there's enough people maintaining it, so that you can have people on the periphery that are secular. Whereas if everyone's a secular Anglican, there is no Anglican church.
Yeah.
Yes, but I think the thing about the Jews is that because they are a minority and because of the things that they've been through as a people, that there is that sort of need to preserve something that's very fragile. And if we ever get to that stage, and maybe we will do as a people, but I think you will find that as actual indigenous English people become a minority, they will embrace their identity of who they actually are in the same way that Jews do. So that seems to me just to be sort of a natural. What's the word I'm looking for?
It's an in-group preference in a hostile environment that you see.
It's being a minority in a hostile environment that brings out, sort of activates these genes and this sort of epigenetics, as it were. When you begin to sort of like reach back into what your identity is, and that's really what Judaism is that basically these guys got sort of like wiped out in the Holocaust, and the fact that they're a minority sort of activates their identity, and it may be the case that we eventually have that same position. I hope not, but that sort of scenario will help us in sort of cementing a sort of very solid Anglo identity. But that would be out of a position of weakness rather than strength.
Let me ask all of you guys something. Do you think that as Church of England attendance has gone down, and I'm specifically talking about the Church of England here, although I suppose the same thing could be said about the Roman Catholic Church, but in terms of the Church of England, do you guys think that as the attendance has gone down, has that made it easier for these lefty feminists to take it over? Because relatively few people actually go.
No, I would say it's just the same way that every other institution, because you have to agree that the left have, in some capacity, if not inspired by Antonio Gramsci, have done a march through the institutions and have marched the way through. And it's infected both the church and universities and every other aspect of life. I don't think it's in any relation to church attendance. In fact, I think you would normally find the opposite of that. The more people filter out, the more extreme and radical and purist a movement may get. Whilst because of a clergy that has been sanitized and become more and more leftist, you've ended up with probably driving some people away to agree, but also then with this sort of class of priests who really, really aren't worth the time.
I think it might be putting the cart before the horse. I think that maybe the infestation started and that drove down attendance rather than attendance went down and then subversion was made easier. Well, obviously, it's hand in hand, but
historically, British church attendance. Oh God, Rudy needs to have his say. Shush. It's historically church attendance in UK started to go down really badly in the 1920s and 30s, and as a result of the enormous casualties in World War I for Britain. And I was recently watching a video by the Western Front Association, which has a very good video channel on YouTube. where the guy was like saying that, you know, British casualties weren't as bad as the French or the Germans and all this kind of stuff, which is true. That British generals were no worse than other generals, which is also true, and that they all faced the same problems in terms of, like, you know, once you sent an attack off, you couldn't really communicate with the guys, which is also true. But what he didn't get was that Britain never did that shit. Like, until the First World War, Britain didn't do that. We never had a mass land army with mass land army casualties. Like, France suffered an absolute loss of population because of the number of men that were killed under Napoleon. All right, like their population stopped growing because of that, because so many men were killed fighting for Napoleon, who basically just wanted to fight war after war after war and would never not fight a war. Whereas Britain never did that. You know, we had our navy, which generally won. So we didn't have great casualties in that, and we had a very good army, but it was a very small army, and could win in the right situations. And in the First World War, I've said this many times, like the original sin of Britain and the Empire was joining World War I in 1914. It was mainly down to that moron Grey, the liberal politician who was foreign secretary, who got Britain into ententes with France and also Russia for some unknown reason, that were almost as binding as actual alliances. Like, Britain really couldn't stay out of World War I because of Grey. He was an arse, as far as I'm concerned, because of that. Britain had beaten the Germans in the dreadnought building race quite easily because of our many efficient shipyards. And because of the fact that British people in those days recognised that, like, the Royal Navy was really important and needed to be kept strong. And so, you know, there was no chance of Germany winning the naval war and breaking out of the Baltic. It wasn't going to happen. When they tried it at Jutland, they were very, very lucky to survive, actually, as the Germans themselves admitted afterwards. Like, raising a mass land army in 1914 was the original sin of Britain and the Empire, and a lot of the bullshit that has happened to us ever since 1918 is a result of that, in my opinion. It was just a vast error and mistake. And the Second World War was a follow-on from that, because without that, there wouldn't have been the Second World War. So,
I don't know if there's going to be any dissenters here. I think that.
I think we all agree on that. Yeah.
World War I was the beginning of the end.
Yeah, and it was just a mistake. We didn't need to do it. I mean, Britain might have joined the war, maybe in 1916. We might have joined the war as we traditionally did, as basically a naval power with just a small expeditionary army. We could have landed somewhere, you know, like as Fisher said, British Army should be a projectile fired by the Royal Navy. That's what we have always done. We did it in the Peninsula, for example.
I mean, Duke, I mean, we should, I mean, in many ways, we really should have done what the Americans did, which is that when we knew that the war was decided, we join the winning side and we take the spoils. That would have been a smart,
yes.
that would have been the smart, eternal Anglo thing to do, really.
Yes, absolutely right. Totally agree. Joining in 1917 when the war's already won. But you see, that wouldn't have happened because, like, had Britain not joined France in 1914, France would have got beaten in 15 or 16 at latest. So, you know, that's the thing, though. Without Britain and the Empire, France would have lost that war probably by the end of 1915, but certainly early in 1916, they just would have lost, as they did in 1870. Yeah,
exactly. As the same as they did in 1870. Exactly.
And it made no difference to anything. Yeah, the Germans would have been a bit more harsh than they were in 1870, but these guys who think that somehow Germany would have, like, annexed all of France are just talking fantasy crap, basically. Would never have happened.
I mean, it is, in many ways, you know, I mean, when these Wignats talk about World War II, there is a part of me that thinks, you know, how the world may have been different if there had been this clash of civilizations between, you know, the communists in the East and the Germans. unimpeded by what was going on in the West. Things may have turned out very differently in the world if that sort of turn of event actually happened, but we'll never know. But it's very interesting to think about that. You know, in an alternative history, England and Britain would have been allied with a sort of preeminent Germany against sort of communist Russia. Who knows? But it's certainly interesting to think about.
Five Live are in the chat. Am I arguing for German hegemony over Europe? No, I don't think that Germany would have done that. I don't think they could have done that. Like the idea that if they'd have beaten Germany in 1915 or early 1916, that they would have occupied all of France and taken it over somehow, which is what these guys try to argue, is just bullshit. It wouldn't have happened. Couldn't have happened. Absolutely impossible. Yeah, they would have taken a load of money off of the French, but I don't think they would have done much more than that, to be honest with you. I don't really believe that it would have been much worse than 1870 for the French. And Britain stayed out of that war very successfully, didn't worry us at all, because the Royal Navy was vastly more powerful than the German Navy, and we didn't care. And I think we could have done the same thing in 1914, because people who tell you that there was a big naval race between Britain and Germany in the early 1900s are correct. But by 1914, Britain and the Royal Navy had decisively won it. We
stomped them.
Yeah, absolutely. We had vastly more ships than them. Germany had no chance. Germany's naval strategy in World War I was to try and find a bit of the Royal Navy, cut it off, and sink it, in the hope that they could gradually do this 3 or 4 times and reduce the Royal Navy, which was a ridiculous strategy that was never going to work. And did not work.
So Duke, are you able to articulate what the Max Hastings argument would be for entering World War One? Because I can't remember what his reasons are.
Yeah, I remember watching that awful video he made.
That video is what I'm thinking of. But Max Hastings tried to make the argument of why Britain entered
because Germany was going to take over all of Europe somehow.
Right. So essentially, it's sort of looking backwards from World War II and thinking, sort of doing a sort of post hoc rationalization as to why we should have been in World War One to begin with.
Okay, Five Limer. Let me just say this: 1870 was started by France. Yes, it was. Yes, it was because Bismarck totally diplomatically outmaneuvered Louis Napoleon of France. Yes, absolutely true. Jolly was not a draw, no. As an American journalist said, the German fleet had assaulted its jailer, which was the Grand Fleet of the Royal Navy, but it was still in jail. That's exactly what happened. And like all of the German admirals afterwards knew, they were damn lucky to get back at all. They came within an inch of losing their whole fleet. They walked into a 25-mile long line of Royal Navy battleships and did a battle turn away, which is a naval expression in Germany for saying they ran away. Then they ran into another 25-mile line of British battleships and did the same thing again. And they got very, very badly damaged. And had British shells been working properly, which they weren't at the time, they got fixed later. The Germans would have lost far more ships than the Brits did. And also had Admiral Beatty not been an idiot, which he was. So there you go. But no, it was Jutland. Jutland was a very, very, very skin of their teeth German escape from total destruction. And even the German admirals all admitted that, which is why they never came out again afterwards. They weren't destroyed because they ran away. If you run away, sometimes you're not beaten up. If you can run faster than the enemy. But you will get your weirdos, your German fans who will turn around and say, "Oh no, they sunk slightly more ships than the Royal Navy did." Well, yeah, they did, because Beatty of the battle cruiser fleet was a twat, and because the Germans ran away. That's really what happened. Sorry, guys, it was. There's a really good lecture that you can find on YouTube by the best naval historian there is today about Jutland, which is excellent, which will tell you the whole story. In fact, I'll go and find it. Guys, talk amongst yourselves while I go and find this bloody thing to put in the chat.
Thanks after you've been monologuing. But where do we begin?
Niall says in the chat, what do you lot think about this cash for curtain stuff? The Times today published a story that says Boris Johnson is struggling to afford being PM. Well, actually, we just talked about this on the stream I was just on, the Powerlink pub quiz. And essentially he's made comments at some point where he said that 140,000 a year wasn't enough to live on. Because
I
he's
can't
got.
agree with it.
Well, what the
I-
thing is that the British PM is paid something like 40% less than the Australian PM.
Yeah, I think Miles did actually post those figures on
Which is,
Twitter the other
yeah,
day.
I think so. I do find it odd. We actually have one of the lowest paid. It's why members of the European Parliament are paid so much, because you've got to pay them a decent amount because it generally avoids corruption in a weird way.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, you don't pay them at all.
I think is, at the end of the day, is Boris taking backhanders? Yeah, I mean, that's politics. Everyone does it. The thing is it any more than anyone else has done? Probably not. But the thing is, the only reason this is in the news is because the only time the Labour Party and their media favours have been able to get the Tories on anything in the past century has been Major and Tory sleaze. That's why they're going for it. They've tried. They've tried incompetency over the rollout and vaccine and everything, and people still like Boris. They tried Brexit, didn't work. They've tried the comments. Nobody gives a shit about it. Like fucking wide-eyed Pickaninnies, watermelon spies. Nobody gives a shit about that. In fact, no people think that's funny. Now they're like sleaze and corruption. That's what they're trying to hold him on. But he's still not losing a margin at the moment.
No.
Well, they also
point
tried to
out-
attack him on a womanizer angle as well, which again just made him more appealing.
Made him
to
a
some
Chad.
people. Yeah.
I'll point out that if you go to his Wikipedia page, under children it lists at least 6.
Wow.
So yeah, I imagine his, as someone else pointed out, I think that his child support payments are probably pretty massive.
Heroic. Is that why he's like, can we increase the price of the PM? I need to pay for my illegitimate children.
Okay, guys. Sorry for
Original
monologuing
Chad
earlier.
Gold.
Sorry for monologuing earlier, but I've just put the Jutland talk that I was talking about in the chat, and it's by Professor Andrew Lambert, who is the world's best naval historian at the moment. So there we go.
Okay, thanks, Duke.
Good lad. So are you guys all supporting Boris and his horrible simping for that bitch who is his girlfriend?
Oh, fucking Christ. I don't mind a bit of green policy, but I don't want to be given to me by a woman, especially not that woman.
Yeah,
Like,
I mean,
you know,
and she's
I
his
love every
girlfriend.
field
She's
and
not
head,
even his wife.
I know, and it's fucking a baby out of wedlock as well. Jesus Christ, what are we becoming as a nation? Jesus, but it's a difficult situation. I mean, I don't know. The thing is, at the end of the day, you've got to support green policy to a degree. I think conservation and the right go hand in hand. What?
Oh, right. Okay. No. Okay. Fair enough. Yes.
I
Preservation
don't
of the
want
natural environment.
Oh yeah. I mean,
fair
not
enough.
in like a gay cringe green party way. Like we should materially destroy our own nation, even when other countries aren't, because plants. But we should be like, we shouldn't build on greenfield sites. We have a lot.
This is the
room.
problem. They've seized the keys of language so much that even saying that you're in favour of anything green
Makes
can
you like a lefty.
can attract ire from the right. And I think it was one of Scruton's biggest talking points that why the hell have we let green and conservation fall away to the left?
Can't we call it conservation rather than green?
I think we should. The heart of conservatism is conservation. It's not hard.
I
Yeah,
know Sojo is big on this. Sojo's been big on this for a while, and I think he's right, actually.
Yes, but admittedly, Duke, I'm big on this for very cynical reasons. But I was actually just about to tie this in with sort of Bowden, in the sense that conservatism has just sort of abandoned all of its sort of.
Well, it isn't conservatism. I mean, no, it's like everyone says that, but it genuinely isn't.
Yeah, well, that's the point.
Well,
is that
it isn't mean, but it's just so ridiculous now that literally no tenet of it is conservative. The only thing that they vaguely have conservative is now the green policy with the conservationist policy, which is just ridiculous.
But of course, that's only a reaction to what's happening from the left.
Cringe liberal reactionary.
Yeah, cringe liberal
it's not even reactionary to like actual political points. It's reactionary to media talking points and to polls on CFAX or something.
Yeah, it's very interesting that the reactionary has actually become quite literal, not just sort of metaphysical in a way, sort of metapolitical. Metapolitics. Sorry, excuse me. It's the Budweiser.
You doing those Budweisers, Sojo?
Yeah, the Budweisers are starting to talk now.
And even speaking of reactionary, this is why I've always wanted to avoid that label, because I think that the language game is played so cleverly that even being a dissident, you identify as a reactionary, and it's instantly ceding the proactive ground to the enemy. Which may just sound semantic, but I do think that language plays a very important part of developing people's mindsets and their ability to act. I think this is why I've not read much of him really, but people like Adorno and that section of the Marxists were so influential and so used because they were advising on how to seize language, and it's basically been pulled off perfectly by them.
Adam and Royal Oak, what do you think about that stuff, guys?
People talk a lot about like seizing issues back from the other side as a way of doing this. I don't just want to inject loads of black pills again.
Can I just say that is not what I'm suggesting. I think that we need new vocabulary or something that's completely in opposition to what they're putting forward. I don't think we should seize it because you're already falling into the game.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, you get this a lot with. I mean, this is literally where stuff gets borne out, like the left of the real racist memes and crap like that, where people think that that's all they got to do is just sort of chase the carrot from the other side.
Beat them at their own game. Yeah, that always works, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's why when we saw this argument
all the countries beat us at our own game at the moment, so we're not doing very well in those grounds.
Because I'm quite big on environmentalism stuff as well, and it is kind of like people will bring it up, and you'll say, "Well, hang on a minute, I don't care about climate change. I care about green spaces and woodlands and national parks and villages and stuff like that." And you're constantly having to sort of refocus that conversation, but it is worth making that distinction, I suppose, when you're doing that.
Yep.
It's why when we saw this argument forming a few years back of I'm for equality of outcome, not opportunity, and vice versa, all of that whole argument that was going on for the right, just consuming people's time, was so pointless. Just drop the word equality. Admit that you're anti-equality. Because trying to claim certain sections of it and say, well, I don't want to defend it as a whole, but let me rephrase it in this way. No, you've lost the language game already. You're ceding ground. Just be inegalitarian.
Rollo, what do you think about this?
Well, I think to an extent, like the right has, obviously there are these concepts like political correctness and things like that. I think we still do like agree with the words existing. For example, we think it should be like politically incorrect to like promote, I don't know, transgenderism or something like that. In an ideal world, obviously, we think that should be politically incorrect. And you can go around, to loads of different words and things like that. It's more the weaponization of the definition of words, I think.
I don't use. I mean, okay, I use the term politically correct to explain what's the right word? Critical theories use of English. Okay, that's all that. That's all political correctness is. It's critical theories use of English, in my opinion. So, and as I said to you the other day when you made a video on something, I really think we need to stay away from leftist definitions as much as we can, to be honest.
Well, yeah, I agree.
They're always biased and bullshit, you know.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think we still agree that like certain concepts exist against just different definitions. Like, for example, there was there was a girl who did a campaign to change the definition 10 years ago. If you looked in a dictionary and looked up the word racism, it would say like discrimination based on race. But now, obviously, if you look in it now, because of this campaign that's happened from, I can't remember what her name was, but basically all the major dictionaries now have it in them that racism is prejudice plus power. So like by default, you know, a lot of people
so just total leftist,
essentially
critical theory bollocks. Yeah, okay.
I don't know. I think I'm not particularly knowledgeable on that kind of stuff, but I mean, I don't know. I suppose again it's a battle for culture, isn't it?
If you call racism plus power, that's just critical theory. It is.
Yeah, it is. I agree.
It's just bullshit. My view is, I'm going to ask the other guys what they think about this afterwards. I just think we should stop using the left's terms. We really need to stop using.
I agree. Yeah, I agree.
As far as we can.
I know it's cliche to bring it up, but obviously 1984 makes this point pretty clear in multiple references to control of language, controlling political thought.
Yep.
How do you combat the narrative on social mobility? Because that's something that appeals to a lot of people.
Because why do you want it?
I
think we have to at core argue from like an idea of like, right, are you actually going to get some fulfillment out of it?
Are we against social mobility? Because I don't think we are we?
Well, the thing is that what do you mean by that? Do you mean?
Well, I mean specifically as the opposition describes it. So I'm actually fairly pro social mobility too, in that I think that an actual just kingdom would actually have a lot of social mobility within it. And then actually a lot of the policies
at the end of the day, it depends. I think it very much depends what we mean by social mobility, because people at the bottom shouldn't be living in like poverty without any shoes on and stuff. But the thing is that people
that's
have
not social. That's not social mobility.
No, exactly. So when social mobility is, could somebody who likes going down to a flat roof pub and lives in their Dinoplex could be able to progress to a point where they go to a wine bar and go to the opera? It's never going to happen. They're different types of people. And
no. Actually, I don't agree with that, Gabriel. Look, social mobility, real social mobility, has been a British thing since at least the 1300s. There were a lot of English warbow guys, longbow guys in the 100 Years' War who progressed from being a longbow bloke to being an armored fighting man. Yeah.
Right, but hang on.
But also at least two. We know of at least two guys who started off as archers, English archers, in the 100 Years' War, who were knighted for their actions during the war. That's what I call social mobility, and Britain has always had that.
Right, but the thing is,
can I just sorry, carry on.
Yeah, I was just going to say, right, but the thing is, it's like, yeah, that's true, and I would say that every time social mobility is used in a modern context, it's actually used to dampen social mobility for a lot of different groups.
Yep.
And give social mobility purely to out groups.
I just think that certain people have certain. The class structure exists for a reason, because certain people belong to certain classes. You're never going to have a working class lad who likes calling down his local and likes to watch X Factor, or football on the telly, who's going to progress up to going to somewhere that, to a cocktail bar in a big city and going to go to the opera or to the theatre to watch the latest play. It's just not going to happen.
Can I just interject a minute?
People like certain things for certain reasons. Class structure existed in this country for a reason.
hang on. First of all, I want the Albion to make its point, and then I've got a point to make. So the Albion, go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, so I just want to say that I think that the term social mobility is an interesting one to be discussing, because I think actually that one has not been seeded, and I feel like it's got intrinsic hierarchical values in it. I think that they wouldn't use that framing because something like using equality is far more flattening, whereas social mobility is an acceptance of there being social strata which people can change. So I don't think it would be. I think actually I'd much rather move the conversation to a discussion of us talking about social mobility in public, as opposed to it being a discussion of equality, because there's a certain set of presuppositions that come with a discussion of mobility within a structure, because you have to accept that that we are accepting of the structure existing.
Well, yeah, I suppose they don't say it as much now. It came up a lot during the Blair years, and I kind of have a feeling it's going to come up a lot again.
Yep.
I don't know if they've managed to move away from it to something more closely to equality. Then why would they move back to it? Because it allows them to flatten. It removes some of the presuppositions that come with that language.
Well, I just think it's right-wing people. You have to understand that we are not equal. People have different places within society, and society isn't fluid. Society is fairly static to a degree.
All right,
yeah,
hang on. Gabriel, hang on for a second, all right? What would you make, for example, of Sir William Robertson, who rose from a private in a Lancer regiment, a trooper in a Lancer cavalry regiment, whose mother said to him, "I'd rather see you dead than in a red coat," to Chief of the Imperial General Staff in World War I.
I would say that's a very rare occurrence, and you know what? That
But it happened.
Yeah, well, that happened despite the fact that we're also in the time World War I was still quite rigid class structures in the Edwardian era, but the thing is that isn't the normal occurrence, did they? No matter how much happens, I'm not going to enjoy opera and all this sort of thing.
I'm not saying it's normal. I'm saying it's possible. Yeah. The difference between, say, Britain in 1750 and France in, say, 1750, was that in Britain you did have a chance to either rise yourself or for your children to rise if you sent them to a good enough school. Like if you were an industrialist who made some invention, or you worked really hard and you made a good business, your children could rise up. Yeah. And that was all that would, to a degree. Yeah. I mean, not totally. Yeah. Of course, not totally. But it was perfectly possible to do in Britain and happened many, many times. In France, like if you were not a aristocrat, Napoleon, for example, was a minor aristocrat from Corsica. Yeah. Had he not been, he couldn't have been an officer in the French army. It was perfectly possible. It wasn't common, but it was perfectly possible for a private to become an officer in the British Army, and it happened quite a lot. If they were exceptional people. I mean, even in my own case, my dad used to take me to watch Millwall play football at Millwall Football Ground, yeah? Eventually, I ended up going to Henley Festival to listen to opera in a dinner jacket. It's perfectly possible to do that. And this is the thing. I'm not saying that most people will do it, because most people won't. But you have to have that little bit of social mobility. Because that's what makes your society much more stable. Because
exactly, I'm not arguing against that at all. I'm just saying that I agree with you. I do agree with you, but in the same sort of vein, it doesn't happen as much. I think there was more rigidity than that, and it's why this equality argument I think is ridiculous on the left. But no, I do agree. It should be sort of such a rigid point that literally, if you've got a fantastically ideal candidate for a certain role, oh no, his breeding isn't right, let's not have them in, because that is a very un-British way, I think, of doing something in the way that you've said. I think I agree with you more than we said. I was just taking a hardline approach just to prompt this sort of to this position. But yeah, no, I do agree with you on that.
All right, I'm going to ask Sojo now, because Sojo is
he's a posho.
He's our middle class guy. He's our middle class guy who, according to some people, hates the working class, which I don't think he does at all. But I'd just be
Not
interested
true.
to.
I don't think he takes away.
No, I don't think he
I'm
does
not
either.
sure.
I'm saying the piss. I would like to hear his views on this.
I think it really depends on what we're talking about. So my view is that I mean, what do I care whether there's social mobility in things that are of no importance? So whether a working class guy can end up being the governor of India or whatever is like, that's not important. But do you know what really does concern me? It's the fact that some sort of working class Jamaican woman is a member of the shadow front bench on the Labour front benches. That's a fucking problem. That's a problem. If you ask me.
I agree with that. Yeah, I agree with that. But she's not British. Is she?
That's a problem with.
But she's not British.
Yeah, okay. Take it. You can extract whether they're British or not. It's the fact that they are low class shit people who are thick as fuck.
Yep.
Thick as fuck.
Yep.
Absolutely not deserving of the office that they hold. Okay?
Absolutely agree. Absolutely agree.
So there are some instances where I think to myself, yeah, social mobility. I don't mind if a working class guy ends up being an accountant. It's kind of not really important, really. There's hundreds of thousands of accountants in the United Kingdom. There's only 650 MPs.
Yeah, but you're really talking about the difference between deserved social mobility that you or your parents worked for and social mobility you're given because you're the right skin tone or something like that.
No, but I actually think that there are, in the sense of the governing elites, and I know we've argued about the term elite, but the people who are in power,
yeah,
I think there is perhaps an argument to be made that even though some of those people, they may not be the most intelligent that are available at the time, but there may be a family history on which they can draw on, and there's experience that they can draw on that you can't get if you're working class. So this idea that you can be like a working class person and then become like an MP, I'm not sure that really that those sort of skills. Do we want that?
Actually, is that desirable? Should I be an MP? I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't think so necessarily.
I'm not necessarily sure that that's actually a good thing. I think maybe that that there are actually hierarchies and bands of people.
Hello, I'm Angela Rayner, and I'm a working class MP, and I'm a single mother, and I did all this, and I'm up for Labour front bench now. I'm a prime candidate to stand up in the same place as people like Lloyd George back in day.
Yes,
Gabriel, just identify as a woman and you'll get that job, no problem.
Oh, God. Yeah, but this is the point. I think what we're talking about here is the difference between something you earn, or sometimes if like your father sends you to a good school because he works hard enough or is clever enough that he can invent something or whatever, or makes a business and can send you to a good enough school that you come out at the end of it a gentleman, in inverted commas. I think there's a difference between that, the real self-made man, or the guy who is pushed up by his dad, his hardworking dad. There's a difference between that and what we're talking about here, which is some idiot who gets their position because of where they come from or whatever, this is a difference. It's a big difference as well.
Yeah, and the quote that you've got on screen, I think, applies to Margaret Thatcher, right?
Yes, of course it does. Yes,
I know, and this is where, I mean, let's be honest about Margaret Thatcher. She was a Cambridge graduate in chemistry.
Yep.
I mean, no small feat. You've got to be very intelligent to be able to do that.
Absolutely right. But she came from the family of a greengrocer. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that at all.
I agree with you. There's nothing wrong with that. But I look at the Labour front bench and I think to myself, how the fuck did some of these people get into that position? Because
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Bio-Leninism.
bio-Leninism.
What?
Absolutely,
This
absolutely.
might be a thick thing. What is bio-Leninism? I've never actually had it explained to me.
Oh, come on, guys, explain it, please.
Man, do you want to go first?
It's
for
basically the
a
idea
layman.
that they propel people into a position they're not really qualified for because they're based on their outgroup, because they're going to be loyal to the people that put them there.
A bit like
the
how,
more
like, you know,
dysgenic
like,
someone is in the system, the more they owe to the system for propelling them into the positions of power. So the more loyal they're going to be.
Yeah.
it's how you used to get in the Soviet Union, like sort of like union members who were like worked in a mine would all of a sudden become like mine representatives for a whole region just because they were a party member, but they were propelled that because of that and that trait rather than actually any ability, but that made them more loyal to the idea of the state and what was given to them.
Yeah.
I mean, even back then, sort of like, I mean, because we were just talking about like egalitarianism and stuff like that. Even back then, a lot of this stuff was really quite laughable, even at its inception. I mean, there's a particularly famous story about Lenin and his padre going to, his posse, I should say, going to the peace talks with Germany, and they decided to get a person from each group to go as a representative, and then halfway to the train station, they realised they didn't have a peasant. So they just pulled up by the side of the road, just grabbed this old man, bundled him in the car, and took him off to this German delegation.
And who sent Lenin back into Russia, by the way, guys?
It was
Germans,
wasn't it?
Yeah, the German general staff. Yeah, there was a mistake. Eh?
With briefcases full of money, if I remember correctly.
Yep,
Yeah.
there was a bit of a mistake. Eh? Yeah, I just think that we have to realise that, like, real social mobility for people who are talented and hardworking enough to do it has been something that the Brits have always had. In fact, it's one of the things I think that separated us from mainland Europe, apart from the fact we're obviously an island nation. But I think that's one of the things we've always had. But that is not the same as the shit that the left talks about these days.
I do sympathise with Sojo. I think you might be making the same point that I want a better class heading the government. I don't want to be able to join it because I want people that are better than me to be able to run it. I would
say the same thing. Yeah, I would.
I think that in social mobility, that what we have now is an individualistic version, whereas before it was a more generational view of social mobility. So you would advance yourself to then advance your children. So yes, people could get to those positions. They could become a front bencher, but it would be the work of their grandfather and their father before them to have propelled them from a working class family to something that was able to attain those positions. Whereas now people kind of expect to turn up in a boat as a migrant and become prime minister.
Yeah. Well, I mean, let's look at we were talking about the socialist front bench. Let's look at the conservative, in inverted commas, front bench with regard to that one.
You've got the absolute hero that is Matt Hancock, the single most awkward man in human history.
Great.
He is the face of evil. Like when I think of the type of person that would happily sign off on the signatures of the deaths of thousands because they're just a bureaucrat, he is that.
Hancock. Yep. But then you've also got to look at what's his name, Sonny, the Chancellor. Imagine if he was a white Englishman in India. What chance do you think he would have of being like the Chancellor of the Exchequer in India? Does anyone think he would have even 0.25% of a one chance?
No.
Well, there are. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but there are Anglo-Indians in the Indian Parliament. Now, we wouldn't say that they are English. They will have brown skin, but they are, partly descended from Anglo people.
A long time ago, from at least
a long time ago, and
pre 1947.
Yeah, and I completely take the point that you're making, and I pretty much agree. The idea that you'd have like imagine a West End Cockney Londoner in the Indian Parliament is just like inconceivable.
Yeah,
Oh, that'd
it's
be
not gonna
amazing, though, wouldn't it?
Do you think
happen.
that
Well,
he
he
would?
would, but it's inconceivable, as Sojo says. Or
Whose
look,
but of
delegation
course-
represents
hang
Chaz and
on,
Dave.
hang on. Let's look at Pradeep Patel, who came from Uganda. Same
Yes, but
story.
But of course, the problem is that India's a country of 1.3 billion people. Now, if 10% of that population were minority, then there would be, in my view, there would be white people in the cabinet.
I'm not sure about that, Sojo. There's not many Muslims in the Indian cabinet, mate. And there's a lot of Muslims in India.
Ah, well, that's actually a very interesting point that we could talk about. But then again, I would say that basically, again, I don't think a lot of people are going to like this, but this idea that sort of like white people and right-wing ideas are inherently for white people is nonsense. It's my sort of observation, actually, that brown people, if you want to use that term, and I think it's fair to use, I think that brown people are basically more right-wing than white people are. White people are the most liberal people there are on the planet.
Yeah, don't disagree. Don't disagree.
And this is one of this is one
to
of the
our
things
detriment. To our detriment.
To our detriment, and this is one of the things that I have against sort of like Wignats and sort of the alt-right in general. This idea that sort of like white people are that sort of right-wing ideas are inherently sort of like for white people is bullshit. Is absolute bullshit, because if you actually look at the facts, brown people are more right-wing than we are, and that's just a fact. It's just a fact.
White liberals are the only people in human history that have ever displayed out-group preference over the in-group.
Absolutely correct.
So,
yep.
And this ties in with my critique of people who in turn critique sort of Jews as being the problem. The primary reason why we're in the sort of shit that we're in, and it's
all down to the super Jews.
It's all no. The problem is white people are the problem. It's not Jews. It's not brown people. It's not black people. We are our own worst enemy, and the sooner we
totally agree with that.
As sooner we
totally
see that,
agree.
the better.
Totally agree, man.
And my worry is that just to go on the conversation that you're having with Faust last night. Is it white people, or is it specifically a certain group of white people?
I think it's white people in general. It's.
I think it might have originated in the Anglosphere, though. That's
I agree
with
that.
Yeah,
but the thing about the thing about people like Faust and Wignats.
But look at France as well. It's not just the Anglosphere. France.
I'm not a self-hating Anglo. Like, I just want to look at it realistically, and I do see a lot of this stemming from a history.
We've always been the outside, haven't we? If you look at like the Renaissance and the original, like anti-papal ideas, printing the Bible in English, certain Enlightenment ideas, and then the original works, the Leviathan and Hobbes and all these liberal thinkers. It is all come from the Anglo-Saxon people.
Of course it has. Yeah.
No, hang on. But just to finish my point, who was Chancellor of the Exchequer before Sonny?
George Osborne.
No,
Phil Hammond.
No.
Oh, the egg.
Oh, yes, it was Phil Hammond. Yeah, Phil Hammond.
No, hang on.
It was the egg.
Yeah, exactly. The guy with the bald head.
Chief David.
Savage.
David.
Oh yeah. Jesus, I forgot about him.
Okay,
So was he? Yeah.
Well, for a fair while. But the point I'm making is, look, Sajid Javid, Sonny, Pradeep Patel. There's a pattern here, boys, and this is with the supposedly conservative party.
Well, it's because high caste Indians, because they're all very light skinned as well.
Yeah, they're not all Indians, by the way. I think so. You'll find Javed is Pakistani.
He's Pakistani.
Yeah.
Well, it was the same country under us, so I don't really give a shit.
It was. Absolutely.
But the thing is that they also do very successfully within British society because, we've set the parameters to allow people to be successful.
Okay, but my original point, which I'm going to re-emphasize again, is none of those three people would have got anywhere in their countries of origin as white people. None of them. And so I'm supporting what Sojo is saying. That it's our own damn fault because we just don't do what everyone else does.
And yesterday, Boris Johnson met with the Indian finance minister, John Smith, to discuss the Brexit trade negotiations.
Never going to happen. Never going to happen.
You not think he could issue a rupee that says "diversity is our strength"? The Cockney and the Indian.
Yeah, they're going to put a British flag
Indian
on
rupee
an
with,
coin.
they've got the Tower of London or Big Ben. Just
definitely they're going to do that. Yeah, I mean they might even. I think they're going to put the 4th Royal West Kent Regiment for stopping the Japanese invasion of India. They're going to put that on there. Never gonna fucking happen, guys. And this is, I'm agreeing with Sojo. It's our own damn fault, and we have to stop this nonsense. But I am in favour of our own people having some sort of social mobility, yes, because that's traditional and it's traditionally British. But not for all these other wanks who've got nothing to do with us, really.
Well, but that's not how our people view the situation, I'm afraid. And I can just look at my own parents, and they basically, my dad, my mother don't believe in anything. They have
but you said they were very left wing.
Well, it's the thing is that, so if I look at my it's very interesting actually. My paternal grandfather is a hardcore Labour man, but my sorry, what did I say? My maternal grandfather was a hardcore Labour man. My paternal grandmother ran as a Tory councillor. So there's no sort of streak either way in the family as to what sort of political persuasion they had. You could just say that actually the left-wing side of the family was more wealthy, and the more right-wing side of the family was more sort of poorer. Actually,
that happens a lot. Aren't you? That happens a lot. But Sojo, would you say they were mostly liberals with a little L, with a small L?
I would say that my paternal side of the family is very right wing in a sort of in our kind of conception of politics. But my mother's side is very bourgeois, middle class, kind of insufferable. Actually, I really can't stand their politics at all.
Interesting. See, particularly as I regard Sojo as probably our most successful entrepreneur out of our little group, certainly in the moment. So that's interesting.
But I mean, but the funny thing is that actually, when I look at my family, the most successful side of the family is the working side family, the working class side, because they actually dragged themselves up from the position that they were in and actually became sort of middling class business owners. Whereas the middle class side actually were just sort of like run of the mill like company men, really, working for the government during the war in Whitehall. So it's very interesting actually, my own family history, in the sense that the ones that came from nothing actually are more right wing than the ones that sort of essentially were like government employees, really.
Yeah, often the case, because those guys had to actually work for it. They had to work to get where they were.
Yeah, my grandmother on my paternal side was basically born into sort of like poverty. She was one of 12, grew up in absolute poverty, and made something of herself with my grandfather.
Absolutely right, man. I totally agree with that. This is what I've often found, yes.
And it doesn't make any sense. You would think that it would be the opposite way around, but it's not. It's actually, it's completely the opposite way around.
Yep. No, I totally agree with that. Guys, this is an interesting question. And I would ask the other guys on our little group here to address that, please.
What was the question specifically?
The working class guys who've actually worked hard to get to a higher position are actually often more conservative than middle class guys who've always been there and just think, oh, this is the way things are,
Well, not to be cringe, doesn't reality have a right wing bias? I don't think
yes.
Thing. But if you experience
reality does
real
have
life,
a right-wing bias.
yeah, if you experience real life, you interact with real people from a vast array of different areas, is that you come to a certain way of thinking. If you don't, you only read about people, you only read theory about people and theory about real life, and experience kind of this extrapolated non-real world version, that you can end up with certain ideas that just aren't related to normal life, and then end up with left-wing views.
Yeah, that super chat that you've just brought up as well is the point I wanted to make, which is that you find that it's only the middle class that are the bourgeois that lean on the left.
Exactly. Well, the thing is that original socialism, if you look at actual working people, was all about it was literally about unionization and better rights for people. But a lot of them were very patriotic. It's why the idea of before the First World War that socialism would stop a war because all workers wouldn't fight for their country because they had no bounds. They believed in class solidarity, and the old bourgeois regime would collapse because there'd be no fighting, and they would all be united together, and everyone would smoke pot and fucking bang each other in the streets. But that didn't happen because even to the Labour Party, even
sounds like Brighton.
Even the Labour Party up until after the Second World War were incredibly patriotic. I mean, they
I'd argue about that one.
Well, not incredibly. They were patriotic to a degree. They said that they want. It's like when we were looking for the nuclear arms race. They said that the foreign defense.
Iron Bevan.
When he said that he wanted nuclear weapons.
Don't walk into the conference chamber naked. It was an Iron Bevan.
But he wanted nuclear weapons, and he wanted the
Union
Union flag to be on top of them.
Yes,
I do also think that there's a north-south divide on this. In that socialism, I think, kind of mingled more with a nationalistic viewpoint up north, whereas socialism in the south.
I'm going to have to fight back against this one, the Albion. My family were absolutely working class. They were all soldiers. They were mostly NCOs, very much working class, but extremely patriotic. And no, that's not true. You can't say there's a north-south divide. I mean, I'm a London boy. I was born in Bermondsey in South London, for God's sake, which is now.
I was born in Bermondsey, South East London.
Yeah. Middle South East London. I'm a Bermondsey boy.
My father was in the fish trade.
The point I'm making is that it's specifically to do with socialism. It's that I think that the divide is how socialism was interpreted in the north compared to how it was in the south. And leaving London aside, because that's a unique situation, let's just go for the southwest then, and southeast, ignoring London. I think that it did mingle a lot more with a bourgeois mentality, whereas you saw.
Don't agree, man. I really don't. Southwest, you're talking about Devon and Cornwall.
Yeah.
Devon and Cornwall are two of the most traditionalist counties in the UK, in my opinion, even today. Southeast, yeah, you could possibly say that, but really, if you, I'm old enough that I can remember real Sussex guys. Like my father moved to West Sussex eventually, and real Sussex guys who had a kind of carrot cruncher accent even back then. They were not lefties at all. You know, even aside from most of them had been in the military.
It wouldn't be a case of lefty. That's the thing that it's more of a bourgeois attitude towards it, or a working class. I'm not going to use that phrase. A socialist nationalism.
I think you know what I don't know. You guys might not agree with me, but I'm kind of going to agree with Sojo here.
That doesn't happen often.
Well, I've got
actually, you hang on. We'll carry on. But listen, I often actually agree with Sojo. Sojo speaks a great deal of sense. I don't always agree with him, but he often speaks a lot of sense. But I will say that the people who have pushed this kind of socialism that you guys are talking about are actually the lower middle class guys. They're the managerial class who now run us.
I think
that's what I would say. So carry on from there, guys.
No. So I want to elaborate on my own family history. So I'm actually related to very early Labour movement people, even Labour MPs from the northeast in the early 1900s, and my paternal side of the family actually gradually migrated from the north to the south, and this is the sort of left-wing side of the family, if you want to put it in those terms. But it seems to me, this idea that people in the north, or people in the north and who are socialist, are more sort of like, more patriotic than those in the south. I actually think that this is potentially simply a consequence of where you are in the country. So I look at my family and think to myself, well, it was probably quite likely that, for those in my family who lived in Newcastle and were a part of Labour in the early 1900s, were probably quite fiercely nationalistic. And by the time that they ended up working in Whitehall in the 1930s and 40s during the war, to this point in time where they're a bunch of fucking insufferable leftist cunts, that is basically a function of where they live and the cultures that they sort of circulate in. And I think it's just simply the fact that the centre of power rests in London. So when they were in the north of England, they retained all of the residual patriotism that they had. And then by the time that they had been subverted and sort of steeped in the culture of London by, the 1940s and into present day, that's why they're insufferable leftists, middle-class leftists, because they've just been sort of steeped in that culture. So in many ways, it's actually geographical in the sense that, you can have a family that was sort of, right-wing and nationalistic living in the north in the 1900s. And by the time that they ended up in sort of like the Middlesex and Surrey area in the 80s and 2000s, they are just these sort of like boring sort of metropolitan Labour types, which is what they are. That's what my mother's family are like. They're just boring leftists.
And I suppose it's interesting to come out from that is that you do find that unlike a lot of places, like in America, every city is deeply left-wing in a Democrat sense, in this liberal left sense.
Well, on the east and west coast, but not in the middle.
Well, we still get Democrat centralisation in big cities.
Oh, yeah.
But here, I mean, I'm only talking about my own city, is you don't. It's not left-wing at all. It's very right-wing. And you do get that in a lot of cities in the UK, is that despite the fact that there are cities, a lot of the cities tend to be right-wing.
There's also, just expanding on that, I can't remember where I saw it, but the idea that the minute that you have a port in a city, the propensity of left-wing ideology just explodes because of the...
That's interesting.
Because it's a hub of internationalism in the sense of trade, and along with the trade comes ideas.
Yeah, but also voter base.
Say it again, sorry.
But in terms of voter base, because you have a bunch of foreigners in.
Well, there's that too, and there's also, I suppose, an element of altering the businesses that are going to be present to suit the incoming sailors. It may also be an element of that.
Oh, like whores and
So a certain level of degeneracy when people are off seas.
Hang on, I'm not convinced that sailors are the worst people in the world by any means.
I never said that.
No, not convinced of that at all, especially British sailors or Commonwealth sailors. Adam, what do you think about this stuff?
Well, I think we brought up a point similar to this like last week when we were saying about the Celtic Tigers in the Celtic Tiger, like the Irish economy, because they essentially were very like the, these lefty movements when they push for like independence, and you see this with Scottish independence as well, is that like the actual elites within the Scottish independence movement basically want to think they're going to turn Scotland into some sort of socialist utopia, but the working man on the ground who they try to fleece for their votes are like very much of the opposite idea. And of course this happened in Ireland, and Ireland became a very conservative state for a long time until it opened itself up to sort of international corporations in the form of essentially being a kind of tax haven.
And now the real Irish nationalists are now trying to fight back against it, and none of them have anything to do with people like the Provisional IRA, who were actually Marxists. Rollo?
What thoughts on like the last hour or?
Listen, guys, we're going. Our viewership is going up at the moment. I would point out, guys, which presumably means
we've been for 2.5 hours.
Yeah, but our viewership is going up, which I presume means that we're saying something interesting, which is the main thing we're trying to do.
Because we argue. That's what it is. This is not just a wank fest where we all agree with everybody else's opinion.
Absolutely not.
We disagree with everybody, with ourselves,
Yes, absolutely, and I agree with that, and that's the British way.
Absolutely, 100%, yeah.
Yeah, it is. It's the British way.
I will agree on that. I'll disagree on things. Agree on that.
Yeah, but I think like we agree. All of us agree on more than we disagree on.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah, well
we're just not talking about that stuff.
We're coming at it from a similar perspective, although there's obviously differences in life experience and certain ideologies. But at the end of the day, is your application of things might be different, but the outcome is very similar. I've said for years, at the end of the day, you want people to be better off just in how they are morally, spiritually, culturally, maybe economically, and you want people to be more orientated around patriotism and family. I used to categorize by less poor people, more flags. That's kind of what you want.
Yeah, I agree with all of that, but I'm still asking Roy what he thinks about what we've been talking about.
Go on.
Well, there was one thing I wanted to go back to. I can't remember if it was Ruskin or Arnold who said freedom is a good horse to ride, but it depends on where you're riding it to in terms of like sort of social sort of hierarchies and things like that. I mean, like, I'm like a lot of people, like, I don't know, there's some like people who are a bit, I guess, memey over this and say they're anti-freedom, but I mean, I don't know, I don't think you can say you're anti-freedom per se. I guess it's more just a question of like where you take that freedom to, especially in terms of, I think you brought up sort of like social, what was the word, social sort of high social climbability or something. I can't remember the exact
mobility.
Mobility, yeah.
I've not heard anti-freedom before. I've not heard that before.
Yeah, I've never heard anyone on the right even say that, to be honest with you.
I think it's just reactionary memes, though.
I've heard one or two, but I mean, I think to bring up the NRX person, what's he call it, the Juvenile, he was against social mobility. He said that, like, obviously it would be robbing the working class of like intelligent people if you just let them climb up the hierarchy, which I don't know. There's probably some point to that, but I mean, I think Duke is correct in that the British system has been, it's continued when a lot of systems, around the world, for example, in France, they're about to have another coup, aren't they? I think there's like
maybe
there's something that's come.
Hopefully, in some ways, but yeah.
But our system has persisted because we've allowed, changes, we've allowed reforms, we've allowed, social climbing and things like that. So, yeah.
We've allowed social climbing, but it used to be like very limited.
And done in a cool and based way.
Yeah, you had to do it coolly. Like you could do it as a really brilliant working class guy. You could like jump. But you had to be absolutely brilliant. For most people, it was like their kids who went up one.
And there's also, I have no interest in stopping caste systems if they're expressing themselves in other places. where I think that some people need to have this universality to everything that they want to promote. For me, we have social mobility more than places on the continent, more than places internationally. But that's not a bad thing. That's the expression that the Anglo has taken. And if other places have a more solidified caste system, then that's on them, and they can carry on doing that. I have no interest in changing that.
Well, I have no interest in like most of the world, really. Like, I care about Britain and the old Commonwealth, and that's about it, really.
The way to be.
Yeah, I mean, I do care about South Africa because that used to be part of the old Commonwealth, and I do care to some degree about Ireland because that used to be part of Britain. But that's about as far as I go, really.
Have they actually done really well for themselves outside of Britain, really?
I still like to think that, like, in maybe 50 or 100 years, if we get our shit right, which I by no means I'm sure we will, but if we do, I still like to think maybe Ireland would come back into some kind of loose federation with the UK. Because Ireland has much more in common with the UK than it does with mainland Europe. That's
but they're weak and pathetic people. I just I'm
Yeah.
sorry, but why would we want them in our union?
You ever heard of the Connaught Rangers, for example?
Well, yeah, that may have been in the past, but today they're just a sort of weak shadow of themselves. They're just
of course they are. Now they are
slave morality.
Yep,
this
absolutely.
pathetic, whinging people that go on about their.
Don't disagree with any of that, mate. They're just going the same way as Scotland, though, aren't they?
Well, no, they're further ahead than Scotland. I mean, I still think that there is. That's what I mean. I still think that there's spirit in the blood and bone of the Scottish people, and but Ireland. I mean, I've never cared for them. I've never cared for them. I've always thought them to be weak, pathetic people. I just don't.
There you go. Well, my mother was half Irish and half Welsh, so I can't totally agree with that. So there we go. Didn't like my mother much, by the way, but she was half.
There you go.
No, she was half Irish and half Welsh, so I can't totally agree with that.
She was half all right then.
No,
I'm not sure about the Welsh either.
I was going to say, might oppose the Welsh more.
Oh, come off it! No,
come on, Matt. The Welsh vote.
I'm a unionist. I'm a unionist.
Yeah, I suppose they're okay, but
I am a unionist.
Because there's a bonus speech, isn't there, on Bob Hopkins?
Yes,
and
Bill Hopkins.
Bill Hopkins. I've actually got one of his books, Bill Hopkins, which I.
That's
I
right.
bought.
Yes, man. Yes, I know what you're going to say.
Hang on, guys. I've got to address this from John McNamara. Home rule won't have stopped it. The famine was the last straw. The only thing that stopped nearly everyone in Ireland from dying of the potato famine, which was caused by a beetle, by the way, was British aid that was sent to Ireland. Without that, just about everyone in Ireland would have damn well died. So, and that's the truth.
If I can just address John McNamara.
Go for it.
I want to love you sincerely. I want to love you, but I can't respect to people that sort of how can I put it, that sort of revels in its weakness. I simply cannot do it. You should be proud that you were part of the Empire and you fought and killed for the glory of the British Empire. If there were more Irish people like that, I would be with you 100%. But you can't pretend that you didn't do something when you did. And it's the same. It's almost the same with the Scottish in the sense that they're hang on. Disavowing their role in the Empire. You can't do that. You were at the forefront of the Empire.
Yes, they were. Yeah.
Don't say that you weren't a part of it, because you were. just own it, and we can all get along. That's
They were fighting back against the Empire when they were killing the enemies of the Empire, of course. But let me just say,
the Irish and the Scottish were both so overrepresented in terms of
absolutely, yeah,
and
completely.
officers and business owners and everything.
Yeah, but
really
hang on, guys. Before you talk about all this, and I'm going to lose my train of thought in a minute because so many people are posting about this. What I would also say about this is that Ireland would have, like most of the people in Ireland, would have died from that potato famine caused by a beetle had not the British sent Ireland loads of food, which they did. There were huge debates in Parliament about it. Lots of stuff happened. But the Irish turn around and say, oh no, the English caused it on purpose. Absolute bollocks.
But what's all the I mean, I have to admit that I don't really know a great deal about the famine, but they always go on about the fact that a lot of potatoes or whatever were being exported from Ireland. Is that not the case? I mean,
no, many were not. No, the problem was that a lot of Irish people in the countryside had a little patch of potatoes that was meant to actually feed their family. And when all of those patches got attacked by the Colorado beetle from America, all the potatoes died, and all of those people would have died without British food aid. But the Irish still try and pretend Britain didn't send any aid. Absolute crap.
But but still, I mean, having said that, I kind of have to look at what Carlyle said about the Irish, and there's something.
Here we go. Yeah, okay.
There's something about the Irish that basically the rest of the country didn't like, and I can't ignore that. I don't really know enough about it, but I'm a big believer in crowds being right. Crowds are correct most of the time in so if they thought that the Irish were a bunch of sort of wrong-uns, they were probably right.
No, they weren't. No, they weren't.
They were a bunch of white somethings.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I just want to expand on a previous point that I made as well, just when speaking about how port cities often end up becoming a lot more left. There's also a correlation of a lot of Irish ending up in those cities before the turn towards leftism. So correlation is not causation. Correlation is not causation. But just wanted to put that data point out there.
The British sailors particularly are probably some of the most conservative people in the world. They're also extremely skilled, but they are very conservative. I mean, yeah, you're going to get some prostitutes and stuff in a port town, but you're going to get prostitutes in a town that's got the army or any large numbers of men. This is just like fact of life, Or does anyone deny that?
It's not desirable, but it is a fact of life.
I'm not saying whether it's desirable or not. It's like Kipling said, single men in barracks don't grow into plaster saints. So, it's just that.
So, Duke, do you actually think that there is a sort of prospect for bringing the Irish back into the Union? I mean, it seems far-fetched.
Yeah, it does. It seems far-fetched.
It is, but I'd like it, I think.
Yeah,
I'd like it if they didn't disavow their role in the glory that they had. This is my thing. It's that but they have done though, and they do now. They disavow their role and their glory that they have participated in.
Okay, but all Irish nationalism has been anti-British. Okay.
Yeah, but therein lies the problem. That they have.
Okay, I'll finish when you finish saying.
I'll shut up. I'll shut up.
All right, so all Irish nationalism has been anti-British, but the fact is that these days, real Irish nationalists, and there are quite a lot of them, can see that the Republic of Ireland is being destroyed by global homo, okay? And eventually, if Britain can get herself right, and I'm by no means sure we can, but I'm hoping we can, then Ireland, as an offshore island from Europe, actually has far more in common with Britain than it does with any of the mainland European nations. And so maybe if Britain can sort herself out, a long time in the future, maybe 50 or 100 years, you could see Ireland being part of a loose federation with Britain and maybe Canada, Australia, and New Zealand. Could happen. That would be my ideal situation for sure. If that makes any sense to people, I think it would for most Brits anyway.
Space British Empire. That's all I have to say.
Yeah, going back to something towards that, but like the old Commonwealth, basically. And Ireland was certainly part of the old Commonwealth.
Yeah, that's certainly. I mean, I know a little bit. I know a little bit about the Napoleonic Wars, and I know for a fact that like 1/4 of all sort of hands on those Royal Navy ships were Irish. So
yeah, loads of soldiers too.
This is the thing. This is what really upsets me is that this disavowal, and the same goes for the Scots. And hand on heart, I am 1/4 Scottish. It irritates me the fact that these people sort of are trying to sort of walk away from their history. Yeah. Oh no, we didn't have any role in that glory. No, we're just sort of innocent victims. Fuck, get the fuck out of here. Fuck out of here.
Can I just tag on? I've got a friend who's watching, and he just messaged me, and he says they were British. How can you reunite with people who disavow their own history and themselves?
Exactly. It's very. I find it very hard to deal with this. To be honest, it's because how can you? What kind of person does that?
I'm just reminded
in favor of weakness. In favor of weakness, it's just.
What are you saying, Sojo? Are you saying that people can't see the error of their ways?
Yeah, I mean, I suppose so, but it just seems. I find it hard to believe that. In my lifetime, that this could be reversed.
I don't. Like I said, mate, I'm talking 50, maybe 100 years in the future. But I think it could happen. I think it should happen. And it's that if you were going to look at the natural way things happen and where Ireland is in relation to the world, it should happen. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I think it would make sense for all parties involved that we just we embraced what our history is, which is that we fucking dominated and we were the fucking dog's bollocks. And this worshipping weakness and being a victim is a pathetic slave mentality, and we should not accept it. And that goes for the Irish as well.
Totally agree. No argument with that. Totally agree with it.
I don't remember what speech it was made in, but it does remind me very heavily of Bowden speaking of how if anyone falling into a victim narrative is already lost.
Yeah, absolutely. It's probably Credo, a Nietzschean testament, probably.
Yes, that sounds about right.
This as well, I think.
Okay, well, on that note, I'm going to actually ask Sojo to give us a little bit about Bowden and his views on this stuff, because about Sojo, not many people realize that Sojo is our resident Bowden expert, basically.
Shall I read this before we start? Shall I read this bit from the talk on Bill Hopkins? I just
about Wales, yeah.
Yeah, so he says, so this particular passage, he says, Bill was born in Cardiff in 1928, but as he'll tell you, I loathe the Welsh. He doesn't like being Welsh because he associates Welshness with victimhood, and so aligns with the English because they're the dominant nation within the United Kingdom. He's like 100%. One of these absurd crowds who used to claim that the capital of Serbia was actually in Croatia.
This is
Where's that quote from?
It's from,
It's from-
his talk, Bill Hopkins, An Anti-Humanist Life.
Yeah, this is fundamentally what I want the Irish to be, and the Scottish and the Welsh to be, which is that basically not to adopt this sort of victim status of, you know, oh, we were just victims of the English in this terrible empire. But no, we were at the forefront of this empire with them, and we fucking slaughtered, and we stood and basked in the glory of this great empire, which is that's the facts. That's what they were. And
At
that's
the end
what
of the
they
day,
did.
the Welsh, Irish, and Scottish population suffered no less than the industrial poor in England during this time. I mean, the Peterloo massacre didn't happen in Ireland or Scotland or Wales. It happened in England. At the end of the day, is that we just own our own history because we're not cowards and we're not victims. It's like this Northern Independence Party movement sort of bollocks.
Again, that's just another manifestation of this sort of worshipping weakness. And I ask all Anglo-Celtic people to basically reject it, because the glory that we've had in the past can be reclaimed again, and there's more pride and glory in the great things that we've done as a people than sort of claiming to be victims. That's what black people do. That's what Africans do. That's what Jews do. We are not of the same stock. We are made of better and stronger stuff and harder stuff than them. And I would say to reject it. This is American nonsense, and get rid of it.
Yeah.
Scots are probably the worst offenders because they were so heavily involved in the greatness of the empire.
Yes, and that pains me deeply. being 1/4 Scot.
Oof! Imagine being 1/4 Scot.
So Niall's not on
Imagine
here.
not being 100% Anglo-Saxon English.
So because Niall's not on the stream, I'm a bit worried that I'll get this wrong. But I saw that Niall was, when Prince Philip died, and on Twitter we were doing a bit of a hard defense of Prince Philip, and there was a guy who was arguing with Niall, who as far as I can tell, was born and raised in England, but was of Irish ancestry. And because Niall just said the reason I don't claim Irish heritage much is because they are annoying. It made me think of this guy, because this guy was saying to him, "Oh, of course I hate the royal family in England because I'm actually Irish." And it kind of struck out at me, because I thought the likelihood is he probably hates the English more than if he was actually born and raised in Ireland.
Mm-hmm.
In the same way that there's been studies now done, or surveys I should say, where they found that like Arabs in the Middle East have much less animosity towards America than Arabs that have grown up in America. And it's because they're not going through that school system or being, indoctrinated with all this shite.
Yeah, global homo again.
Well, we've seen that happen historically, because Jonathan Swift obviously was one of the biggest critics of both Ireland and England.
Yep.
So I've always been fascinated by it.
Gulliver's Travels, for anyone who doesn't know.
Yes, and a modest proposal relating to the potato famine. So,
Anyway, I'm gonna have to head off anyway, team. I will be on the stream again, hopefully.
Yeah, nice to have you, Gabriel. You're more than welcome, and I hope you're in our Discord. If you're not, someone should invite
Oh no, I don't think I am. Actually,
well,
I tell you what,
get Sojo to invite you, mate.
will do.
Yeah, I'll send an invite. But if Gabe is going to drop off, maybe Niall can come on.
Oh yeah, what Niall and Niall's.
I mean,
Go on, come on.
As long as he wants
go
to.
on.
Yeah,
Absolutely,
Niall, if you want to come on, I'll give you the link if you want. So
Go for it, mate.
Just say in the chat, and I'll give you the link.
People used to confuse us of having the same voice, which obviously isn't true, because Niall is a bit more northern than me. Do you remember that? Ridiculous.
I remember
that was.
Yeah.
Anyway, see you later, team. Take care.
Yeah, nice to have you, mate. Go
Nice to
on.
be here. Bye.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with John McNamara in the chat that Ireland and the rest of Britain really has much the same sense of humour, etc., etc.
Yeah, of course.
They do.
But
yeah.
This is the thing: is that although I am an extremely harsh critic of the Irish, but it's because the worst blood feuds are the ones that are the closest, because they're the ones that actually mean something. So that's why
Absolutely.
I take it so fucking personally, and why I'm so disappointed in many ways in the Irish that they would just sort of abandon all of this great history. It absolutely infuriates me, and it in the same way with the Scots and sort of the SNP. I think to myself, you wormy arseholes to walk away from your history when you know damn well that you were at the forefront of all of this, and you're gonna turn your back on it and pretend that you've been victims all along. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah. I mean, look, Sojo. I mean, the one of the things I bring up often is during the siege of Lucknow and the in the Indian Mutiny, when a lot of the Bengal army under the Honourable East India Company, like, basically killed their officers. They killed their officers' wives and their children, and like even down to babies. And one day there was this, Lucknow was besieged, and it had a few British troops defending it, and a lot of civilian volunteers. And this lady went up onto the ramparts one evening when the snipers couldn't shoot her because they couldn't see her. And she could hear in the distance bagpipes. And she was Scottish. And she went down and she ran down and said to all her friends, "That's the Black Bear, it's the Black Bear," which was a Highland bagpipe tune. And it was 2 regiments of Highlanders amongst a lot of other British soldiers who were coming to relieve them. And these Highlanders, some of whom had fought in the Crimean War just a couple of years previously, so they were really grizzled veterans who'd seen a hell of a lot of fighting and death. They got into this place, and there were hundreds and hundreds of British women and children here. And these fucking Highlanders with great big beards were like hugging these little kids and just saying, "Thank God we were in time." Because, like, if the mutineers had taken the place, they would have, like, raped all the women and children and then slaughtered them all. And they were just in time. But that was the Highlanders, And they did that frequently in British history because they were very, very, very tough soldiers and good soldiers. I think that's often overlooked these days because you're not allowed to say that stuff anymore, even.
Mm.
I don't know. What do you think about that in the Albion? I mean, like, you're not allowed to speak even truth in history anymore.
Sorry, Duke, can you post the StreamYard link in the chat, in the actual YouTube chat?
Yeah, I guess.
That's what Niall's asking for. I mean,
Yeah.
it sort of
You may
opens
get
it up
flooded
to anyone.
If anyone else comes on, you're going to get kicked, mate. I'll tell you now.
Well, if they've got the balls to, I mean, most people don't have the balls to do it anyway. So I mean, it doesn't.
Yeah,
really
well,
that is
true.
also true, especially if they're Irish. No,
There
Irish.
you go. That's not. Fucking
I'm joking.
Yeah, absolutely.
But they should be able to take the joke, not again go back to this victim narrative. No,
Anyway, the Albion. I was just asking the Albion, and everyone else can comment afterwards. You're not even allowed to, like, speak real history anymore.
well, if anything is exceptional, then it's not equal. So how can you expect to be able to discuss exceptionalism? There's also, if you are able to speak truth about history, you can then look to history as having information that can be informative of how to decide how to act in the future. You can have an idealization of your past. All of these things are negative if what you're trying to achieve is international and flattening of hierarchy.
Yep, totally agree.
So I just want to, just wanted to say that what John McNamara is saying in the chat is true about, the relationship between Ireland and Britain is not as simple as you guys are making out as it is. And he's talking about 1916. Absolutely. I mean, I'm not gonna pretend that there's not issues there, but surely there's a way to work through that. I mean, we're gonna toss all that history down the pan for nothing. I mean, what's been done has been done, but.
Well, I mean, I'd point out 2 things. First of all, the Irish Guards were created as a result of the outstanding gallantry of all the Irish regiments in the Anglo-Boer War, 1899 and 1902. So the Irish Guards were created as a result of that. And in 1939, when Britain went to war with Germany, something over a third of the Irish, Southern Irish, the Republic Armed Forces deserted, went north and joined the British force. So there's a bit more. Yeah. There's a lot of history there. There's a lot of history and a lot of stuff in common.
Yeah, there's a lot of baggage in this relationship. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, oh, absolutely, there is, and a lot of bad stuff. A lot of bad stuff.
So who's just joined? Is that Niall? You there, Niall, or someone?
I presume that's Niall.
Yeah. It is Niall. Yeah. Hey, mate.
Okay, Niall, go on. You have the floor for the next 5 minutes. Go for it.
Well, I mean, I agree with a lot of what everyone's saying, but I think the main thing that we need to, or at least realistically, focus on at the moment is Northern Ireland, because obviously they're very disgruntled with us. They've had a lot of rioting recently, and it seems like even in England, a lot of people don't really give Northern Ireland a thought whatsoever.
Yeah.
So
wrongly,
even based on that,
wrongly.
Yeah, I don't see why there would be any incentive for the Republic of Ireland to even join us when you watch what we've done to Northern Ireland on the Brexit. So, yeah, I just can't ever see that happening. It would be nice, but again, I think we need to build our relationship with Northern Ireland, because I think Ulster nationalism or Ulster independence, that will inevitably start growing as well, just the same as the Welsh as well at the moment.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that, but I mean, again, Northern Ireland is very sort of dear to my heart because I have family from Northern Ireland.
Yeah.
But the thing that, we've got this situation where like Westminster is sort of legislating on abortion for Northern Ireland. It's got nothing to do with Westminster. Get out of here. This kind of just like injecting this kind of liberalism into Northern Ireland when it doesn't belong there is, again, these are complicated issues that stretch across sort of old historic lines and sort of, this modern kind of leftist bullshit. And again, the Tories can't get a sort of pass on this either.
No.
But, my view is that I'm a unionist in the sense of Scotland, Wales, England and Northern Ireland. And I treat Northern Ireland as being completely equal to the rest of the UK. And in many ways, actually, Northern Ireland, for me, actually represents and holds a special place in my heart because of the fact that their sheer loyalty out of all of the places that there is this kind of fundamentalism that we are unionists, we are British, we're not going to give up despite whatever happens. That they actually have a very special place in my heart. But you're right. Most people in England don't give a shit. So that is the sort of even our own national identity is being sort of eroded, and the average man just doesn't care. They're just happy with their Dino box and watching football, and that's it. They don't give a shit.
Yeah.
And a lot of them are feeling that they've been sold down the river.
Yep.
And like I said, it will inevitably just go to, we just want to be Ulster. That's what it will be.
But how will that work though? Because
they're too small. They can't do that.
It probably won't practically, but they'll still. A lot of them will start to push for it because they'll just become so sick of us.
I don't think so. I think that like the unionists in Northern Ireland are the unionists for a very good reason. That like only Britain allows them to be separate. I think it's a bit like Wales. Like Welsh nationalists are not like Scottish nationalists, partly because they don't have the large number of effectively Irish nationalists who are pretending to be Scottish nationalists in Scotland. They don't have that in Wales. But in Northern Ireland, like the unionist side there is because it's the union that keeps them separate. Yeah, John McNamara in the chat. I see what you're saying there, mate. But then you'd also have to get all the Irish guys in Lowland Scotland to do the same to Ireland, and maybe then
they can fuck off. If
Yeah,
we're going to force,
then
if we're going
things
to
would
force
sort out.
Protestants out of Northern Ireland, then the Catholics in Scotland can fuck right off.
Yeah, and that'd be like probably 50% of the SNP gone straight away. In fact, maybe even 60% if I was really being honest. And I lived in Scotland for a while, so I got some idea of what's going on there. But okay, the Albion, what do you reckon about that stuff, Matt?
I don't see any solution to the Irish question in the near future. I think
in the near future. No.
I think that actually in 10, 20 years, I see the situation boiling back up and becoming a lot more prominent. Actually, I think the conflict will come back. I hope I'm wrong again, but
me too. I did too. My British Army service was basically the majority of it was 2 tours in Northern Ireland. I did a tour in Belfast, which was fucking awful, frankly. And then I did a Roman tour in what we used to call Bandit Country, which was the border area, which was much more fun because it was more actual soldiery. I would like Ireland and Britain to have a rapprochement, to be honest. But I don't see it happening anytime soon. But I think it may happen eventually.
Just circling back to our conversation earlier, I wonder if actually conflict with Ireland would be more of an eye-opener and a bloodied nose to liberal establishments of Britain than it would if we had a conflict with China. I wonder if it's a bit more close to home and a bit more personal.
Well, it didn't happen over how long was?
That's
inverted commas, the Troubles in Ireland. How long was that? Like 30 years? Didn't make much difference to anything, as far as I could work out.
That's true, but there is a generation which has seen, no conflict other than religions of peace conflict on domestic soil. I do wonder how that would alter people's opinion.
I don't think it made much difference, mate. I don't think it would make much difference. It's so small scale.
I think it would make things worse.
Yeah, small scale.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but I
think we would surrender quicker these days than we did in the past. So, Jim, what do you reckon?
I think that there's always been a history of the sort of soft left being sort of very sympathetic to sort of Irish republicanism, and I think the situation is probably worse now. So my view would be that they would think and say, oh well, Northern Ireland should be part of the Republic because that's their fucking dumbass. That's their dumbass views anyway. Because race doesn't exist, people don't exist. There's no such thing as the English. There's no such thing as the British. So why shouldn't Northern Ireland be part of this sort of grand gay utopia that is the Republic of Ireland? That's in the sort of the inner yoke of the United States and sort of global capital. Yeah, why not? Why not? Yeah. That's the view that they've got.
Yeah, I agree totally, mate. Adam, what do you think about that, mate?
I don't know. I think I've kind of made my views.
Can I just say something then? I mean, a lot of people in the Conservative Party, I think, would be happy to hand over Northern Ireland as well.
And that's the worst betrayal because the Conservatives are meant to be a unionist party.
Yeah, I mean, even
and unionist party is what they're officially called.
Yeah, even Winston Churchill he was happy to give over Northern Ireland. That sort of strand in the Conservative and Liberal sort of and he had to be protected from a crowd in Northern Ireland because they were like. And
it's a shame they didn't shoot him, to be honest.
Yeah, but they've always. But what I'm saying is, there's always been that strand in the upper class or liberal or conservative classes in England that are happy because I think they just see it like Northern Ireland as a burden in the same way that the Republic do now, which is why a lot of people
economic burden. Yeah.
Yes.
A lot of people in the Republic of Ireland think the same of Northern Ireland as well.
Yeah, because this is the liberal dogma. Oh, it's material, it's economic. Oh, it's going to cost too much money.
Line go up.
Line go up. Exactly, Duke. You nailed it
Yeah.
on the head. Line go up. Your line go up. Line go down. You know, there's a red balance in the bank account. Oh, we've got to make up that number. That's the world that we live in. That's the world that we live in. It's not one of principle. It's not one of nation. It's not one of sort of compatriots. It's one of numbers, either plus or negative, and that is the sort of determining factor of good and bad. That's it.
Yeah, and in the Republic of Ireland, for example, I mean, in terms of economics, they're doing pretty well. I don't know if you saw in the chat, but they it was only like 40, 50 years ago, they had a GDP that was lower than the GDP of Wales, and now they're over double Wales' GDP within about 50 years. So most people in the Republic of Ireland immediately probably would not want Northern Ireland. They'll probably say that they would be happy to accept them over a long term, but if there was a vote tomorrow, I don't even think in the Republic it would probably pass.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of political in the sense that it's in the Irish Republic Constitution that, you know, there should be what is it, 38 counties or whatever it is.
Yeah.
So they state the claim to the 6 counties in Northern Ireland, but we all know that when it comes down to sort of brass tacks, they're not in a position to take those counties on in the here and now.
Yeah.
If it was going to happen, they'd want to bail out from the UK government. So, you know, I mean,
Or the EU, yeah. I mean, look, I agree with what we said earlier. I mean, yeah, if you're going to do that, then you've got to let all the unionists move back to Britain, and you've got to send all of the actual Irish guys, particularly in Scotland, back to Ireland. And then
that's not going to happen.
And then, of course, I know that. Yeah. But if it did, that'd be the end of the SNP, because most of the SNP support is actually those guys conning Scots people in it's Scottish when it's not. It's an Irish deal.
The thing,
but again, sorry, Niall. Go on. You go first.
No, I was just going to make a totally different point. I think with the SNP, you just get rid of devolution, and then that's a large amount of their power sort of gone.
Well, I mean, I look at Scotland, and I lived in Scotland for a while in Stirling, and Scotland used to have easily the best education system in Britain. Easily. Far better than the English system. Like, people would come out of state schools in Scotland, state schools, and they would have some basic understanding of ancient Greek and Latin, which was ridiculous in terms of England. But they did that. And the SNP got in and just totally trashed it within about 5 years.
Just on that, Catholics in Northern Ireland, I believe, actually have the best education results in the UK.
Well, I can believe that, because probably Catholic schools are quite careful about who they take and don't have a load of woke left-wing wanks teaching the pupils like most of the UK does, and probably most of Southern Ireland these days also has.
The demographic shift in Ireland as well is something that I've only recently found out is actually shifting quite rapidly.
Yeah, really hugely, because Ireland doesn't have a big population. Ireland is a little bit, in some ways, like Australia. Like, for the size of Ireland, their population is not that big, and Australia has the same thing. Australia is almost as big in land area as the USA minus Alaska, but we've only got 22 million people.
Yeah.
So it's quite easy to shift the population in Australia, and Ireland has exactly the same problem. And they've got everyone from Sinn Féin downwards, like Brits out, Africa in, basically.
I love that meme. You know, Brits out, blacks in. It's funny because it's true. But I don't take any pleasure in it. But I mean, that's what it is.
John McNamara in the chat. Yes, absolutely right. The majority of those people, for the time being, are in Dublin. But if you watch any Irish nationalist guy, you'll see that there are little villages all over the Republic of Ireland that are having their refugees, in inverted commas, who are actually economic migrants, placed in that place. It's happening all over Southern Ireland. I mean, the Irish Prime Minister is basically a half Egyptian gay guy, for God's sake.
I thought he was Indian.
Yeah, he's
Is he
Indian.
Indian? I thought he was Egyptian, but yeah, okay. He's
His dad was his dad was a
doesn't matter,
doctor
does
that
it?
married a nurse, an Irish nurse.
And
yeah,
he's a bender as well, isn't he?
yeah,
So-
absolutely. Yeah, he's bent as an eyeball, no, as we used to say when it was allowed. But yeah,
Yeah. So it's amazing how quickly Ireland has changed, because you talk about the 1970s. I mean, Ireland was literally like a third world country, and now
in 1990, Ireland was still very much a traditional Roman Catholic nation. Very
it's all
much.
but gone now.
Even in 1990. So you're talking 31
Yeah.
years ago. It's
In
just completely
Yeah.
flipped.
just on that, I mean, the divorce referendum was 1998, which legalized divorce, and that passed by 1%.
Yeah.
And do you remember all the women jumping up and down and cheering when abortion was legalized in Ireland?
That was sickening.
Yeah. To be
Yeah.
fair, though, I mean, they did. I mean, they had a larger no vote than I would say that you would get here. It was like 35%.
I'm not arguing that, mate. I'm not arguing that. I was just amazed. I wasn't really, because it was a con. Obviously, it was done in Dublin. I mean, as John McNamara says, Dublin is like a bit different from a lot of the other places.
Yeah, of course.
But,
the thing with Ireland, they need the church to do something. There's no sort of mobilization with the church, because even probably as of last year, or maybe not last year because of the pandemic, but the year before, they've still got an overall church of attendance of like 30% of the whole country. That's a huge voting block.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they just need to figure out what they need to do, basically, because how you can be losing with such a huge church-going population is just bizarre.
Do you watch Niall? Do you watch what's his name? The guy, Computing Forever guy.
No, I know who he is. I've seen him a long time.
Yeah. I've watched him, and he's been talking about like the China virus and the forced lockdowns and stuff, and he's been going very heavily on that stuff, and entirely correctly, because it's just being used to destroy people and to destroy society. I mean, I think that the whole thing, like the China virus, ain't really very dangerous unless you're over 80 or extremely fat or already sick. Otherwise, it's not really very dangerous. But all of the governments in the Western world, and particularly the more left-wing ones, and I include the British so-called Conservative government in that, have been using that to even more destroy our people than everything else, Same thing's happened in Ireland. Exactly the same thing.
Yeah. I think that's happened everywhere in Europe.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what do you guys, other guys on the stream, think about that? Adam, Rollo, etc.
Well, what do you think about this argument where people say, I'm pretty sure I agree with this, even though I don't want to, that Britain was the progressive force in the EU, and that the EU might actually do better off without us?
No, I don't agree with that. And Merkel was worse.
Germany, Germany,
Merkel.
then probably France, I would say, maybe second.
Yeah, absolutely, I'd agree with that. I think Britain would come in a distant third, to be honest.
Spain seems to have gone that way as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not disagreeing with that.
Actually, we have a resident Spanish correspondent, so
yeah, go for it.
Just a quick one. I mean, Ireland is actually the most pro-EU nation, so I mean, I don't think they'll ever leave it. They just they reap so much of the benefits from it as well, strangely enough.
For now.
But yeah, even a lot of the nationalists seem to still cling on to the EU. I've noticed, the Irish ones.
What do you think about Spain, Sergio?
Well, this is actually a very interesting question, because I've got some Spanish friends, and one of them made a slip. There was a slip in one of his remarks a couple of maybe 2 weeks ago, and he said, "Yes, we're in the EU, but we're not European." And I had to do a double take, and I said, "What? You're not European?" And it turns out that he's a bit of a, I'm not sure how to put this, but in the way that we're Anglophiles, there is actually an equivalent in Spain. It's called Hispanidad. So if you go to Wikipedia and if you Google Hispanidad, it's basically the Spanish version of the Commonwealth. And he has the same view that we do, in the sense that, I mean, I don't really consider myself white. I mean, yes, technically I'm white, but white as an identity doesn't really mean anything to me in any kind of meaningful way.
Yeah, I'm an
And
Englishman
Spanish-
and British. That's true.
Yeah, Anglo-Celtic, as you would say, right, blah, blah, blah.
Yep.
That's how I conceptualize myself as an identity. I don't see myself as being white. I don't reset. I mean, yes, we share something in common with the Germans in the sense that we are sort of, you know, distantly descended from them, all related to them. But you know, it's not. That's not an identity. There's nothing there that really sort of connects us in a sort of contemporary sense. And as it turns out, there are some people in Spain who have the same sort of similar views. And so he basically said to me, "Yeah, we're in the European Union, but we're not Spanish." And I've always had this gut feeling about the Italians and the Spanish in the sense that they're basically just riding the European Union for material purposes. They don't really give a shit about the European Union. They're not really sort of like deeply committed to it.
Greeks, I think the same true of the Greeks.
Anyway, all of them in Southern Europe are basically just riding the European Union for the Gibbs.
Portuguese,
is my interpretation. And the mask kind of slipped with my friend the other day. So
interesting.
I'm actually quite bullish on Spain and Iberia in general, and Italy, because I still think that in Spain there's this kind of machismo culture, and particularly in Andorra, it's a very conservative country. There's no diversity here. I think that I've still got hope. I don't think that they've been infected by liberalism in the same way that we have. So I'm a little bit more optimistic about these guys down here than sort of Northern and Western Europe.
Cool.
The Meds still seem to have some vitality.
Yes, there does seem to be some more vitality here than in sort of Northern and Western Europe. Yeah.
I was just going to ask the Albion, what do you think about that stuff in regard to Southern Europe, etc.?
Sorry, I got a little bit distracted. I've been sat here trying to think of a pun relating to the migration crisis and come out, you black and tans. But there's a joke there somewhere.
Hey, good one. Good one.
Yeah, no. As I say, I think that the Meds still have some vigor. And it's easy to overlook. I mean, you know, I'm speaking from an outsider and I don't really consume any of their media, but just from peripheral information, I think that they're overlooked. I mean, no one's reporting on Italy, but, you know, there were movements for at least the last 5 years, to my knowledge, of growing movements.
Italexit, yes.
Yes, and Spain is no exception. Obviously, Spain has its own Northern Ireland, I suppose. The Catalonian issue is one that I want to get your opinion on, Sojo.
And the Basques, of course.
Yes, that's a very interesting one. So in Andorra, technically the official language is Catalan, and I'm not quite sure whether they consider themselves to be sort of Catalan. I mean, I guess they do. I've never actually really sort of broached the subject with anybody.
Where's your nearest town in France, Sojo? If you went across the border, Perpignan, really.
So
absolutely Catalan, then yeah, okay.
Yeah, Perpignan, Toulouse. These would be the.
I've been to Perpignan. That's very much a Catalan town.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about the rugby league, their Perpignan Dragons is they call themselves the Catalans, and they play in the English league, right? Yep. So, they're very much sort of a part of, like, they see themselves as being Catalonian, yeah. But of course, here in Andorra, you know, Catalan is the official language. It's all on government documents. It's sort of mandated on.
Quite different from Spanish.
Extremely different from Spanish. I've got Castilian friends from Madrid. They don't understand a fucking word of Catalan, and it's funny. I think the UK and Spain are very much sort of similar countries in the sense that Castilian Spanish are like the English, and then you've got like the Basque are sort of like the Irish, the Catalans are like the Scottish, the Glythians are kind of like the Welsh. We are very much in the same sort of. There's so many things about us that are so similar. We've had an empire. We're a kind of fake country in the sense that we are made up of different sort of nationalities. And then there's the one dominant Castilian sort of ethno group, similar to England, that kind of dominates the rest of the society.
There is one slight difference, Sojo, if you might allow me to say, is that
go on.
Britain actually fought off our invaders in the sense of the Danes and the Vikings, whereas Spain actually, like half or 3/4 of Spain, got taken over by the Muslims. There is that slight difference.
Yeah, and obviously they've been nowhere near as successful as we have. I mean, that's just we absolutely BTFO'd the fucking Spanish. There's no doubt about that. We are the top dogs in that respect. But there are similarities. So it's trying to get back to where we were in your initial question. Gosh, what was your initial question?
Will the Southern Europeans eventually get fed up of being made poor by the German central bank, which is essentially what the European bank is?
No, I think that my impression is that basically it's the other way around, is that the Meds are actually milking the Northern Europeans for everything they can. And when,
you know they're actually losing money these days because
they're
European
not
Central... Yeah, they kind of are. The European Central Bank is actually making... Greece, for example, was not allowed to elect its own government by the European Central Bank. They just said basically, no, you can't do that, and toppled the government.
Yes,
and all of those southern European nations are in pretty much the same sort of state, including Italy.
But the problem is that basically money, the money aspect is actually more important than sovereignty to the Meds. That is my impression. That I actually work with a lot of Italians and a couple of Spaniards, and I get the impression that they have a completely different conception of government than we do. So they don't really care about being sort of quote unquote occupied, because their view is that, and again, I've sort of mentioned this on Twitter, is that I think that they conceptualize themselves and their identity as being sort of independent of the government, whereas in Britain and Americans, what our government does is very much sort of core and central and cardinal to our own identities. And I think this is where we differ as peoples and I think Ireland actually fits into this in the sense that Irish identity is not tied to the Irish government. So for them, sort of being under the yoke of the European Union is not a problem. It's not a problem to them, because it doesn't really affect who they are. But for English people, for British people, Scottish people, that would be a problem for them. Because what the government has done historically and in contemporary terms is actually really quite important and very central to our own identity. Because basically a lot of national pride of Britain and England is tied up in what the government has done. The empire was largely a sort of, a government sponsored enterprise, whereas for the Meds, their identity doesn't really sort of emanate from that kind of thing. So it's a very different dynamic here, and I think they don't have a lot of sort of pride bundled up in that. So I think for them, they really don't care. They are literally just riding the European Union for money, and if it means that they sort of basically default on the money and the European Central Bank gets screwed on it, they won't give a shit.
Yeah,
That's my
quite
view.
interesting.
That's my view of it, basically.
That's interesting. That's interesting. I mean, I've looked at Spain as an outsider. I mean, I've only been in Spain a few times, but looking at it as an outsider, like it seemed to go from when Franco died until today. It went very, very, very global hermit. You know, like pornography took off enormously in Spain, prostitution and all that stuff, which Franco had kind of kept a bit of a lid on, maybe.
I don't know. I'm not sure that I can really comment on that. I mean, much of that is tied to technology. In many ways, no country's been sort of left untouched by pornography. That is, you know, if you've got an internet connection, you can get porn. That is, there's no way around that.
Well,
really.
What I really meant to say was like Spain started making softcore porn films and all this kind of stuff, which they certainly wouldn't have done when Franco was in charge.
Well,
oh right, okay. Well, I didn't know about that.
Yeah,
Franco started the beach resorts, like the ones that all the Anglos go to.
Yeah, he did absolutely because he wanted
that was in the 70s.
He wanted foreign currency, but
it's quite degenerate though, really.
Yeah,
like
absolutely.
Like Gammon's going to Benidorm getting shit faced. I mean, come on.
It's quite a whimper to end on from someone like Franco trying to rely on tourism.
Yeah, I mean, listen,
exactly.
I'm not arguing that. I mean, and then also like Franco was. You get people will say Franco was some sort of fascist, etc. No, he wasn't. The Spanish phalange was never fascist anyway, and Franco wasn't even the phalange, you know. So absolutely not. But yeah, Spain, like when the king took over and they went back to, in inverted commas, democracy, because like as far as I'm concerned, democracy is very largely an illusion. But when that happens, Spain suddenly started making softcore porn films, you know, with like full frontal nudity and all this kind of shit in it, which wouldn't have happened when Franco was still in charge. And I mean, I've been to Ibiza, for God's sake, which was like, you know, and the only good place I found was it in Ibiza or was it on Formentera? I found a pub called the Black Cat Bar, which Salvador Dali used to use, and that was kind of cute. But apart from that, I didn't really like it very much, to be honest.
Have any of you read Peter Kemp's Mine of Trouble?
No. Is it good?
Memoir from when he fought in the Spanish Civil War. It's very good, actually.
Oh, right.
It's both kind of funny in places and also quite sad as well. But he gets a like a short little interview with Franco before he left at the end of the war, and Franco kind of sits him down and just talks to him. Doesn't kind of let him say anything, but just talks to him. And he says like something about how he admired the English, blah 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 blah. But he also says that I don't think the English have fully taken into account the threat of communism. And
True.
yeah, I also kind of think even he was being slightly naive though, because at that point, let's be honest, like all the institutions in Britain were on the path to just being completely paused.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hang on, guys. In the chat, Biarki here says the Spanish are willing to tolerate drunken Anglos. In Crete, the locals don't let the Saxons get up too on. Really? Well, look, I've been to Crete, okay, and
Is that
I
the
know
Greek island?
Yes. The big Greek island that's like halfway between Greece and Africa. I've been there. There's loads of great historical sites there. But there's one side of the island which is like your drunken guys who would otherwise go to Benidorm. But the other side of the island where I stayed wasn't like that at all. And the only thing I would say to people there is I was up in the mountains with this was donkeys years ago. I'm talking about, I don't know, maybe 92, somewhere around there, 1992. And there were Cretan guys wearing traditional Cretan dress with the boots and the hat and all this kind of shit. And we were drinking raki. Raki, is it? Raki, I think it is. Which is
raki,
kind of,
right?
Yeah,
it's like
raki.
it's like a very Balkans drink, actually. I've got Serbian friends who make that stuff.
Yeah, it's bloody strong too.
Yeah,
And we
pure
were,
alcohol, basically.
yeah, and we were watching these German coaches were going up the road because there's loads of Germans go there, and this guy who had fought against the Germans when they occupied this place. We were all standing there giving Hitler salutes to the German buses going up the road when we were pissed out of our utter brains. And also never trust the Cretan taxi driver. They go along these mountain roads at like fucking 99 miles an hour, and you really think you're going to lose your life every time. It was actually very cool, and I liked it a lot. And Crete is beautiful. It really is lovely. I liked it a lot. And we went to there's a big naval base where there is a bay, huge great bay, which the Navy always uses because it's a brilliant harbour. And the Brits fought a big battle there against the fucking Germans in World War II. And so there's a big cemetery there and all this kind of stuff. And we went there. And like there's loads of young Brits and Australians and New Zealanders buried there because they died fighting these German airborne shite bags, who they nearly beat, actually. And also there were guys from the British Army in the 1890s who were there who were trying to stop the Turks killing the local Greeks. So, you know, the Poms have been involved in that place for a long time. But yeah, I like Crete. Crete's beautiful. It's very nice. It's one of my more favorite places in Europe. But yeah, I don't know, guys. I think the EU is definitely going to break up. It's just a question of how long it takes. Really,
I'm not sure about that. I think British people underestimate just how big of a project, in particular, the Euro is. That is not a trivial thing to unwind, and I think that alone will see it last for well into the next century. In my
yeah, don't think so, man. I don't. Look, the basis of I'll tell you, the basis of the EU is that after World War II, France under de Gaulle thought, okay, we've got to do something to stop the Germans keep invading us and beating us, because the only reason, like, they beat them in 1870, they beat them in 1940, they would have beaten them in 1914, but for the Brits and the Empire, of course. So de Gaulle, being a sensible sort of bloke, he thought, okay, what we're going to do is to stop the Germans invading us, we're going to cuddle up to them. And that is the real basis of the EU. I mean, I've heard Peter Hitchens say it's an extension of German power by other means. That's not quite true. It really is the French cuddling up to the Germans so the Germans stop invading them. And the time is going to come when either the Germans or the French realize what a crap idea this is. And as soon as that happens, the whole EU is going to just unravel.
I think this is a very typical English point of view that is basically tone deaf. I think that we as a people, British people, really do underestimate the quote unquote solidarity that exists on a continent. So I've got European friends. I mean, I work with many of them, and they all sort of, yeah, we're European. Yeah, we should be together. Blah blah blah.
See, most of my European friends don't, and I have a lot, don't say that at all. Really, they don't. Like, I've got Portuguese friends.
I mean, I think about I know these people from a work context, and of course they're sort of like insufferable middle class kind of people. So maybe I'm biased in my view, but that is the impression that I have, is that they're actually quite on board with this. Whereas I think in England, even the sort of like the most mild kind of leftist is like, oh, I don't really feel very comfortable with this. Whereas I get the impression on the continent, they're quite happy with it. I mean, think about it. We're an island. We haven't had to share a border with anybody. Yep. You know, the Dutch, the French, the Germans, they all have to
not been invaded since 1066.
I mean, you know, we're a proud people. We don't take shit from anyone. You know, that's our kind of national psyche. Whereas on the continent, it's very different. So I think
I don't know, Sojo. I've got friends. Let me think. My main European friends, they're Portuguese. I got one or two Greeks.
Again, Portugal,
Italians
Greece,
and Danes, and none of them are very committed to the EU.
Really, that's interesting.
No, not one of them that I can think of is. I mean, the Danes in particular, like really would like out. That I know, they just don't see the advantages anymore. And in fact, when Britain left, certainly some of the Portuguese and Danish people I know thought, well, that was the turning point. That's when, like, because Britain wasn't going to be in it anymore. It's going nowhere, and a lot of them don't like Merkel and her policies, and the guy you had as your avatar until recently.
Oh, Macron.
Yeah, they really don't like those guys.
Yeah, but they are. Again, I think the problem here is that they are transitory figures. You know, Macron will be gone, Merkel will be gone, but the EU will survive and continue. And
I'm not sure about that, mate. I think you and I might disagree about that one, but I definitely know a lot of ordinary Europeans, some of whom were ex-military, it has to be said.
Okay, so there is a slight bias there then. So they're nationalistic.
They've
served in their own national armed forces. Therefore, there's a bias that exists there.
Yeah, absolutely. They are a bit more nationalistic, I'd say. But even so, like, I don't think they're out of step with their contemporaries. I think there is much less holding Europe together than people think. And I think if the French cuddling up to Germany to stop Germany invading dies, I don't see what the center of the EU is anymore. Like, I don't think people will join it if it's just German. There has to be that Franco-German thing, and without that, I think it will like spin around, and everyone will fly outwards again. Like the Eastern Europeans, like the Poles, etc., they joined it because they thought it was some sort of guarantee against the Ruskies. But it isn't anymore, and it's becoming increasingly obvious it isn't, particularly to ex-military guys, because the EU has no military power, basically. None. Particularly now Britain's left, which was one of the biggest bits of the EU's potential military power. There isn't much anymore. You know, Germany is economically much more powerful than France, but militarily she's less powerful. But France is much more concerned with defending large swaths of semi-desert in Africa than anything else, for reasons best known to the French. But there you go. So I don't know. I just think that, like, the glue that started the EU, what was it? It was the European Iron and Steel Convention or some bollocks when it first started, it was originally designed by the French to stop the Germans keep invading and defeating them. And I think that's starting to die now. And when it does, I think the EU is just finished. Because like like there isn't much that is in common between like the Danes and the Greeks, for example, really. Despite what white nationalists will say. What do you think about that?
I'm not sure.
It's my view that I think, like, as you've said, like, because of continental politics and things like that, there are like fundamental differences between. I mean, a German and a Greek would be a big example, I suppose. And I mean, they sort of have different ways of living, don't they? And I suppose that sort of came to a head during the debt crisis. But I think eventually it will collapse, the EU, but I don't know whether or not, like, in the next 10 years.
I would say generally most British people don't see Brits the same as a continental European. I certainly don't.
Anglo-exceptionalism.
Yeah. Not even that. It's not. I don't even think it's like a conscious thing of that. I think it's just that we are so different, whereas there's more similarities, I would say, between Germany and France than England and France or England and Germany. Generally, I would say.
I would agree with that, but I think that does not extend to similarities between the Danes and the Greeks, for example, or the Poles and the Portuguese. Don't think there's much similarities between those nations.
Yeah, no, I agree. The same with probably most of Eastern Europe, so Romania, Bulgaria. I don't know why they're in it.
Well, it's
Are
not
there
just
any
Eastern Europe, it's Southern Europe as well as Eastern Europe. I mean, as Sojo was saying, Southern Europe is definitely a different bit of the EU.
Yeah, and then
any
even
countries. Sorry, Karen.
I mean, I was going to say David Cameron, for example, he was in favour of Turkey joining. He said if you weren't in favour of Turkey joining it, then you were simple. He said narrow, simple-minded, or like a nationalist.
Well, even though Turkey's not European at all.
Yeah.
Really. I mean, even if you're going to go with European, Turks ain't European.
You do have to wonder what their thinking was with Turkey, because I mean, just why would you want to bring in a Muslim nation into basically Christian Europe? I mean, even sort of, superficially Christian Europe. Someone in the Tory party kind of needs to explain what the thinking was behind that, because I don't understand even now. I mean, it's completely off the table at the minute with Erdogan, Turkey joining the EU.
Yeah.
But
well,
why
that not just to get them to rein their neck in?
I would say that, I mean, at the moment, Turkey is about 5% of our imports, and it is growing. So if you notice, Dominic Raab, for example, he's very pro-Turkey.
But why? But why? I don't understand.
Because they're buying our product. Because they're selling us cheap products a lot of the time.
Well,
it's all trade.
If it really is all sort of like free markets and free market economics and all this bullshit, then liberalism is so far gone that we are fucked, basically.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's obviously true, but I mean, in the long term, yeah, that's absolutely true. But I mean, did you see what's her name, Ursula von der Leyen, when she went to Turkey recently, and who got really upset as a woman because they sat her on a sofa?
They gave her a comfortable sofa, and she was offended.
Yeah, because they had chairs and she was on the sofa.
Good God. I mean, Sojo, you got pissed off by victim narratives from the Irish, but good Lord, her speech, 20 minutes of complaining that she couldn't get a chair.
Because she was a woman.
Because she was a woman.
We'll see what I'm talking about.
Oh my God.
Good God.
I hadn't heard about this.
It's so funny, man.
And the thing is, it was so obviously done intentionally to get a rise out of her.
Mm.
And she fell her blind and sinker.
Erdogan is not pro-feminist. And then you had her male deputy cucking away, saying, "Oh, I didn't know what was going to happen, or otherwise I would have complained."
I didn't want to risk an international crisis by asking for a chair. I mean, this is the bloody state of Europe.
Well, this is the bloody state of Europe. You got some silly bitch who, if she was in the real world, would be a typist somewhere. Let's be honest. That's what she would be. She'd be a typist at best. And sitting there saying, "Oh, I was offended as a woman, and all women will understand what I'm talking about," as she sits there with a $500,000 a year job, Oh, for God's sake. It was so fucking crazy. And yeah, that's the state we're in, that we have this crap. It's just so stupid, guys.
I will say, from maybe a right wing or a conservative point of view, Erdogan he's quite impressive, really, if you look where he actually comes from. So,
well, yeah, if you ignore the Muslim bit, yes, absolutely.
Well, yeah, of course.
You can
I'm not a white.
I'm not a white.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, yeah,
but
yeah.
I'm not a white Sharia supporter.
Oh no, of course. But if you look at him, for example, so he actually used to be an Islamic radical, and then he was sent to prison, and then he sort of got out, and then he's now portraying himself as like a reformed conservative.
And he did that. He did that totally fake coup, which was obviously totally fake, which all the Western media went for.
There's certainly a lot you can admire about his pragmatism and his policies, because he is essentially, I mean, he's kind of like the Turkish version of us. He is sort of a neo-Ottoman. He is just an imperialist, essentially.
I'm not sure he's the Turkish version of us, because like we're not Islamic, which makes us very different.
But that's why he's the Turkish version.
Maybe I'm hesitant to support that, because, like I said, I'm not at all a white Sharia supporter. I think that's a false narrative for us guys.
It's the same way that the Spanish had the.
We should admire it, because it's still the same principle. But don't support it, because you shouldn't support foreign imperialism, obviously.
Well, yeah, and I mean, I'm not after Turkey.
But you can respect
getting its empire back up again. And also, as Ozzy is saying in the chat, that Turkey has large military strength. They have a big military. I wouldn't say they were a powerful military. There's a difference. I'm not sure that the Turkish military is particularly good, to be honest, in most respects, but there we go. Patriotic Archive, welcome, mate. I played one of your tunes as our intro, and I will play another one as our outro at the end as well. If you like military bands and patriotic music and that kind of stuff, guys, do go and subscribe to Patriotic Archive. And also, can I say, because I haven't done it yet, please come and subscribe to our channel. We need more subscribers, so please subscribe if you're watching this. All right, guys, I think we're going to close up fairly soon, unless anyone's got any big deals to talk about. So I'm going to ask people for final stuff they want to talk about, starting with the Albion.
I don't have any final points to bring up.
If you want to shill anything, this is the time to do it as well, guys.
Yeah, I will say that I've got a channel called the Magnum Opie, which mainly covers analysis of fiction, and we also cover essays and interviews. Monday, we have a follow-up stream from our previous one on the death penalty, which seems to be very popular. So come on over Monday at 8 o'clock.
Yeah, and I can second that Magnum Opie is a good channel. Do go and check it out, guys, and subscribe. The guy in the policeman's helmet, I'm not sure who you are now.
It's me.
It's Alan. Okay. You guys keep changing. You keep changing your avatars.
I don't know what to say actually as a closing comment.
Well, it could be a new subject if there's a good one.
I can't think of any new subjects actually. I'm too depressed at this time of the week.
For Saturday evening is what depresses you. When the hell are you happy in a week?
No, I just we done. Oh, I'll tell you what. Actually, on the last stream I was on, someone brought this up. I knew this was an issue. I didn't realize it was such a massive issue. Twitch thoughts in hot tubs. Fucking what is that?
This is where we need Brutus.
He'd be talking about they should all be married when they were 18 and all this kind of stuff. Yeah.
Well, for these ones, I actually kind of think he's probably right on that.
All right, listen, guys. I mean, look. One thing you got to realize as a man is that women will do anything for money. Literally anything. There is nothing women will not do for money. Nothing beyond. I mean, okay, there are some exceptions. There are some women who won't do anything for money. But in general terms, if you're going to talk about women, there is nothing they won't do for money.
Well, I mean, people who do money in do a lot for money in general. It's just that women have this extra avenue open to them that men don't have much access.
They've got an extra couple of assets.
Yeah, well, few assets, yeah. But they will use those. But if you look at like human evolution, and like for most of the time of human evolution, if your city or territory was captured by the enemy, the blokes by and large were killed and the women were enslaved. So there's a reason women will do anything for money, because that's the way they've been bred, you know.
Yeah, I don't know what else there is to say. Have we spoken, because I came on a bit late, have we spoken about the whole French conundrum?
Oh, with the French generals,
Yeah,
we did briefly mention it, and I pointed out that the French had done it before, the French generals.
Yeah, I mean, they're literally the Fifth Republic.
Yeah, and from the French military is far more involved in politics than, say, the British military is.
But what we didn't mention was that essentially their message is fundamentally extremely liberal, and what I understand, one of their complaints was, we're not integrating these sort of like suburbs from sort of out of Paris into society enough, and it's like, who cares? Who fucking cares if that's what your plan is? Like, integrate these useless communities into like French society. This is not going to go anywhere. So it's like, it's already like a cucked kind of message anyway. Was my impression.
Yeah, some truth. Guys, you got comments on that?
If it boils over, which it won't, but if it did, and there was a proper nationalist Christian side, I'd go over there. Bit of a
I'd support that. Yeah.
Definitely. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
I'd dust off my old
British Legion in France. A British Legion in France. That would be interesting.
Well, as I mentioned that.
Sorry,
as I mentioned,
restart the County of Calais. That's all that's all I wanted to say. Carry on.
Right, but as I mentioned at the beginning of the stream, I pledge my allegiance to my liege, the co-prince Macron, who rules over this majestic principality, and I am here to serve in the event that the generals wish to save the Republic from its impending doom. And that's all I have to say.
Okay. So eventually we're going to be talking to Sojo in like 4 weeks' time, and there he will be in the French Foreign Legion, you know?
In the Andorran division, yeah.
He'll be sitting there, he'll have his white kepi, and there we go.
I mean, I will point out that there was a lot of people saying, oh, it's just the French Foreign Legion is where most of it's come from, and that they're not that big of a deal. But I would also point out that Franco in Spain was the founder of the Spanish Foreign Legion.
Well, he wasn't the founder, but he used them to win the Spanish Civil War. Absolutely,
he was in charge of them for.
Yeah, no, he was in charge. Yes, he was. Yeah, he was in charge. No, he didn't. No, they were started in the 19th century. I think you'll find. They're not that long after the French started their Foreign Legion in the either the 1830s or the 1840s. I think the Spanish started theirs in the 1870s. I think, but I'm not absolutely sure about that.
Okay, well, anyway, he was in charge of them. He was there.
Yeah, absolutely, he was. Yeah, and they were like the spearhead of the nationalist forces in Spain for sure. They were because they'd been fighting in the Spanish Sahara, so they knew what they were doing, which is always a good idea, particularly when you're fighting these assorted commies who, like, don't have a clue about what they're doing for the most part. It's always good to have some idea, like, about using a rifle and this kind of stuff. I always remember when I was in Glasgow, there was a thing in Glasgow called the People's Museum, I think. The People's Palace. And they had stuff there like Billy Connolly's great big hide built-up boots from the 1970s. But they also had loads of stuff about these Scottish commies who'd gone down to Spain to fight for the commies in Spain in the Civil War, and I could never work out why this was a big deal, apart from the fact that, of course, that the People's Palace in Glasgow was run by a load of socialist wanks. But there we
go. Hang on, it says here the Spanish Foreign Legion was founded in 1920.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, I thought it was earlier than that, but fair enough.
What other bullshit have you been feeding us, Duke?
No. I said I wasn't sure about it. I said I wasn't sure, but fair enough. But I don't think it was founded by Franco, was it?
No. Apparently, it was founded by his superior officer, and then
Yeah,
he
okay.
took it over.
Yeah, he was one of. I think Franco was the youngest Spanish general by quite a long way.
Yeah.
I think he might have been the youngest European, wasn't he?
European general, yeah, maybe. But I mean, look, if we're going to talk about young generals, the youngest brigadier in the British Army in 1945 was Enoch Powell.
Our boy Enoch.
Yep. He was that guy was like really exceptional. I mean, he was teaching classical ancient Greek in Australian schools when he was in his 20s.
Yeah, just like Nietzsche.
Yeah, he was a very, very considerable man, was Enoch Powell. And as I say, World War II, youngest brigadier in the British Army. He was like 30-something.
We should perhaps do a stream about him one day.
The stream your channel ends.
Yeah, that's
right. Yeah,
that's the trouble. That's the trouble. I mean, look, I'd love to do a Bowden stream where we could maybe talk about Enoch amongst other people. But I think if we did if we just did an Enoch Powell stream, yeah, I reckon that YouTube would cancel us pretty quick.
Well, I mean, how long some of...
A big fun.
I was just going to say, considering how long some of these streams are, we could just do a stream where we just do a reaction to a Bowden talk.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Going through it bit by bit.
Yeah.
Rivers of diversity.
I've wanted to do a Bowden stream for ages, and like Sojo is our resident Bowden expert, so you know.
Well, I mean, you know, you say that, but I'm just a connoisseur of his works, really, and there's many people like that. So, well,
I wouldn't. There's a lot. I mean, I like his stuff, but you know far more about him than I do. I mean, I've probably listened to all his talks all his surviving talks at one stage or another, but you definitely know a lot more about Bowden.
I literally go to bed every night with a Bowden stream. I go to sleep with a Bowden like playing in the background. So yeah.
Hang on, what are we getting?
I love Bowden, and he's a fantastic orator, but he's not exactly got the soothing tones of someone that would put you to sleep.
that is, but that's part of his charm. It's recorded on a crappy, sort of like VHS tape.
I agree. Yeah,
there's an awful echo, but for some reason it's authentic, and I like it, and that's part of its charm.
Yes,
it's
not underground.
Underground,
yes. It's not that even. It's also that Bowden is this like intellectual guy, and
he's extraordinary.
Yeah, and he's talking in these crappy little pubs full of like skinheads and people like that.
Yeah, that's right. It's kind of this irony that that here's this guy giving sort of a speech, or he's doing a piece called Against the Turner Prize, and it's this absolutely remarkable recording. And it's for the BNP, this sort of lowbrow, sort of thuggish party. And, if I would give anything to have something like that again.
But they got him in the end, Sojo. I mean, like, I reckon one of the reasons he died as young as he did was the completely baseless allegations that some of these Nazi LARPer scumbags threw at him.
Well, that's kind of what Eddie Butler hinted at when he did the interview with Brutus, that what happened with the alleged story that he got that phone call and he'd been accused of being a nonce, and he kind of like fainted there and then. That could well have sent the guy crazy.
I think that had a good part in killing him. I mean, look, he wasn't the healthiest of guys, because I don't think he
was fat.
He didn't take enough exercise. He had high blood pressure and this kind of stuff.
He came from a family of mental illness anyway. He was an outsider himself. That genius like that is against the grain.
And he didn't seem to have he didn't really seem to have much in the way of family support and this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Like he was on his own. He was a bit of a loner. And I just think
like a Walter Mitty character in many ways.
Yeah, and he was. I think that allegation just knocked him on his arse, and it destroyed him.
Yeah.
I mean, as you say, Eddie Butler talked about that No, I absolutely think that's what happened. I just think it was tragic, like because we've not had anyone on the right. We've had nobody who is an orator of his skill.
But that's what we should be aspiring to. This is a cultural movement, not just a political one as well.
I do wonder how much of an impact he could have had now. Like the insight that, it is, well, it doesn't bear thinking about, because the amount of knowledge that we've lost because Bowden hasn't lived through these times is quite tragic, really.
Yeah, what was he? 53, 54?
Yeah, mid-50s.
Yeah, he was a very young man for these days. I mean, he should have been around another 30, 35 years. Like, he was young. He's young. He would have been younger than me, for God's sake, I think, or about the same age.
I think he was 56 when he died.
Yeah, so he would have not been much older than me anyway.
Or actually 48, actually, I think.
Yeah, no, he wasn't.
2012, right?
Yeah. 2012, 2011, I can't remember, but it was round about then. But yeah, I mean, anyone watching this, if you haven't, you can find, like, on Sergio's channel and one or two other channels. I think there's a channel called the Jonathan Bowden Archive. Sergio, I know, has got a lot of stuff on his channel. If you haven't listened to Bowden, go and listen to him, guys, because he's essential for anyone on the right in Britain.
Just
Absolutely
on the anachronistic nature of his speeches, I remember at the end of the Carlisle speech, there's this American member that's blatantly frustrating Bowden because he keeps on talking and he just wants him to piss off.
I remember that.
He's just putting up with answering his questions. So you've got this one little American edgy boy that wants to be involved, and a group of probably slapheads in their 50s that want to listen to Bowden. It's just this strange combination, but everything he says in that speech is fantastic.
What's funny is that guy is still around. That American still has a YouTube channel, and he actually posts videos, and it's got nothing to do with politics. It's like he sort of just like slid into this phase of being very interested in sort of like edgy right-wing politics, and sort of 10 years on, he's doing sort of Mandelbrot sets and shit like that. So it's quite funny. It's quite funny, the sort of people that sort of find themselves attracted to this stuff. It's it's most amusing in many ways.
Yeah, I don't know, man. We lost a lot with Bowden. We really did. He was like,
I think it's very quintessentially English and British, because basically I look at a talent like that and think only England would have produced someone like that. And that is something about our island and our people, that we produce basically these great people, and no one else does.
And a bit eccentric. Bowden would have been, I think you could describe him as a bit eccentric.
Yeah, absolutely.
But just such a great knowledge of philosophy, and a lot of writers and artists and all this kind of stuff. I mean, I constantly see people talking about Bowden who are not even nationalists just because he was talking about a particular artist or Punch and Judy or whatever the hell it might be, Mm-hmm. He was just a huge talent that we lost, sadly. 555 is saying, I need to list the guest channels on mine. I've got actually a load of channels listed on my channel. If you go and look at channels this channel supports, you'll find loads of them on there. Also, someone was saying, where did I see this? Yeah, Patriotic Archive. Do a 10-hour watch along of Zulu. Well, Zulu's only about 2.5 hours, so I don't know how I'm going to manage to do that. But I could do that quite easily. I actually probably know most of the lines of Zulu, because I've watched it so many times. It's my most favorite film. I've even been to where they filmed it, which is in the Drakensberg and not actually at Walkstrift. Although I lived about 30 minutes motorcycle ride from Walkstrift for a long time in South Africa. So yeah, been there.
I've wanted to do a couple of streams on films, analysing them, and Zulu's been one of the ones that I've wanted to do for a while. So if you're interested in doing a stream, I'd love to join on.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. Zulu is one I could do. There's 3 films I could absolutely do, and one would be Zulu. The second one would be The Cruel Sea, and the third one would be Master and Commander.
Yeah.
Any of those?
Master and Commander was another one.
Master and Commander is one of my favourite films.
Yeah, that one I could talk about all day. I do feel as though I would be put to shame with your historical knowledge on it. But anytime that you want to talk about those, I'm up for that.
Yeah, Zulu, absolutely. I used to run Anglo-Zulu battlefield tours, so I've been to all the actual battlefields in South Africa, like Izanawana, Rorke's Drift, Intombi, Shloban, all of them, Ulundi, etc. So yeah, I'd happily do that with you. And in terms of Master and Commander, I've read all of the books that the movie is based on. That is like 20 books by Patrick O'Brien. I've read all of those at least twice. So yeah, happily do that one as well. And the other one that you should do if you're going to do like British stuff is The Cruel Sea, which is the best movie on the Royal Navy in World War II by a very long way, in my opinion. Like loads of people will tell me Dust Boat is a great film, which it is. It's a great film. But if you want to get the British side of the battle of the Atlantic, then you've got to go and watch The Cruel Sea, which is a fabulous movie. And
Just
Jack
looking,
Hawkins' best film.
Just looking at it now, it's got a hell of a cast.
Yeah, Jack Hawkins' best film. The only thing that like it's based on a novel, but the bloke who wrote the novel, Nicholas Montserrat, was actually an officer on escort warships in the Royal Navy in World War II. So it's kind of an autobiographical novel in many respects. And the only thing they change in the movie is that what's his name? The guy who was also in Zulu.
Stanley Baker. I just noticed he's in it as well.
Yeah. Stanley Baker's character in the book is an Australian officer, which they changed for obvious reasons because they didn't want to piss off Australians. Although what happens in the book is later on in the book they get a really, really good Australian officer. So the book like kind of evens it up, but in the movie they didn't make Stanley Baker Australian, obviously.
They did a similar thing with Master and Commander, didn't they? I think in the original book it was an American ship. Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah, it was supposed to be it should have been an American ship, really, but of course the Americans are not going to go and watch their own navy being beaten by the Brits, so they couldn't do that. But I've actually sailed the ship that played HMS Surprise, which these days is called HMS Surprise. I've actually sailed on her. She was built as a replica of HMS Rose, which was a British frigate in the American War of Independence. And I sailed on her from Puerto Rico to America many, many moons ago. But yeah, she's lovely. And she was built as a 28-gun frigate, which is what the Surprise is supposed to be. The real HMS Surprise was captured from the Spanish, if I remember correctly, originally. And then she was captured by the Spanish later on. Actually, she wasn't captured. The crew mutinied because their skipper was a bastard and was flogging everybody. So the crew mutinied and took her into a Spanish port. And then another Royal Navy frigate came along and launched its boats in the middle of the night and recaptured it. Because the Royal Navy did that stuff in those days. Like, you can't have our ships. We can only have yours. But yeah, cool. Absolutely, I do Master and Commander with you and Zulu or the Cruel Sea.
You just won't talk about Zulu Dawn.
Oh, Zulu Dawn was terrible. What a crappy movie that was. I mean, all right, the first thing you got to notice about it is that most of the British troops can't fix bayonets. Do you know why they can't fix bayonets? Because they're using carbines, which are half the length of the carbines were what the cavalry were given. And they're half the length of the rifles the infantry used. And they don't have a bayonet socket. So you can't put bayonets on them. So you have to watch the Battle of Isan-Loana, supposedly, where the British infantry don't fix bayonets. It's ridiculous. And then you have Burt Lancaster with a Bajaber's Irish accent. When, Anthony Durnford, Major Anthony Durnford of the Royal Engineers, was indeed an Irish officer, but he was an Anglo-Irish officer who had a Anglo-Irish accent, not a Bajaber's accent, as Burt Lancaster has in the movie. And then you have the British soldiers beating the shit out of Zulus, which there's no evidence for whatsoever. Like, never. No sign of it at any stage. And if they were doing that, they didn't do it really very well, did they, since they got ambushed? I mean, the real thing that happened is Isan-Loana, which I've been to many times, was that the Brits, and there were only 600 regular soldiers, infantry, plus a couple of guns, Royal Artillery, 2 guns. But there were only 600 regular British infantry there, so 6 companies back then, when a company was like 80, 90 blokes. They were just trying to defend too much real estate. And the reason they were doing that was that the breech-loading Martini Henry, which had a rate of fire of about 12 to 15 rounds a minute, practical rate of fire of about 12 to 15 rounds a minute, had just come in, and the Brits were no longer supposed to fight in tight formation, shoulder to shoulder. They were supposed to skirmish, have skirmish lines, quite modern stuff, really. And of course, that's fine, but if you've only got 600 soldiers and you're trying to defend several miles of territory with like dongas and long grass and boulders and all sorts of cover for the enemy, and the enemy has 25,000 warriors, it gets problematic very quickly, which is what happened to Isan-Loana. And all of those guys were butchered, every single one of them. And most of them didn't even try and run away. In the end, most of them were flying in like little squares back to back of like sometimes 50 guys and sometimes 3. And that's how they met their end, with their face to the enemy, fighting to the end, out of ammunition, outnumbered 50, 60 to 1. But they never gave up because they were Brits. And very, very, very good soldiers. Very good soldiers. And like, I've been around that place, and sometimes you can see their bones coming out of the cairns they're buried in. And it's quite sad. But they didn't disgrace their country at all. Very brave men. But there we go. So no, I won't talk about Zulu Dawn and shit.
Here to that.
But yeah, all right. So let's go around. Policeman Hat, you got anything to say?
No, nothing. I'm done for the night, I think.
No worries. Guy with the 2 flags, is that England and Ireland or something like that? Can't see what it is, but
yeah.
Anything you want to talk about? Anything you want to shill?
No, not really. I'm not really on the Bowden train as well, to be honest. I know that's probably like the most unpopular thing to say.
No, it's only because you don't like his Christian point of view. I mean, let's be honest.
Yeah, a lot of it stems from that, to be fair.
Well, is it because Bowden was kind of sort of a
critical
pagan? Yeah, he was a bit of a pagan, but I don't think he was totally a pagan, to be honest. But
not really. There's a lot of nuance to that, and I think. Well, we could get into that at some other point.
That needs to be its own stream when we're 4.5 hours in.
Yeah, we should actually absolutely do a Bowden stream. I've wanted to do one for ages, so yeah, for sure. Mr. Bowden, you got anything you want to talk about?
Yes, I pledge my loyalty to my liege, Emmanuel Macron. God save the monarchy
Republic. The Republic, you mean?
Long live the Republic of France and the monarch of Andorra, and peace be with my liege.
and may your guillotine not get used too much. Yes,
absolutely.
And Rollo.
Yeah,
you got anything you want to talk about?
I haven't spoken much this because my voice hurts a bit, but for interesting stuff, I've just been sort of listening along. So, do I have anything to shill? I guess the Royal Oak channel, Royal Oak with an E at the end. Give it a subscribe. Some videos.
Yeah, no, Royal Oak's got a good channel. Do go and subscribe to him. Are you doing anything with Limbo in the upcoming week or so?
Possibly. Me and what do you call it? Someone else. There's a Polish person I was going to do a Polish politics stream with eventually.
That might be interesting. But,
I want to do some like themed streams. But anyway, I'm a bit tired at the moment, so, as you can probably hear. So
yeah, no worries, no worries. I'm not tired at all. It's 10:24 here, and I've been up since 2 a.m. But anyway, all right, guys. I'm gonna
Wait a minute.
I haven't finished.
Oh, sorry.
Go on. Go for it.
Okay. Brutus, if you're listening, we miss you. Please come back. That's all I wanted to say.
We love you, Brutus.
Yeah, no, I'll second that one.
Inshallah, we love you. Come back.
74 game.
Yeah, I'll second that one, Brutus. If you're watching this, please come back, mate. You are missed. We would like your contributions, please. So yeah, absolutely. Now, before we go, I'm going to do this again because I think this is important. If you want to understand the Battle of Jutland, which was a very important naval battle in World War One, it was actually the biggest fleet engagement I think there's ever been in terms of a battleship fleet engagement. Please go and check out that link I just put in the chat, and it will tell you just about everything you need to know about the Battle of Jutland. And it's very good, and actually the channel it's on is worth subscribing to too, because they have quite a lot of good military history.
You should, as well, before we go, you should throw Albion's channel link. It's in the private chat.
Oh, hang on a minute, I'll get it. Wait 1 second. Where are we? There he is. Oop. Yeah, Albion's got a very good channel, which I'm absolutely subscribed to. So, guys, do go and subscribe to Albion. Sojo's got a good channel. Royal Oak's got a good channel. I'm not sure who else on here has got a channel, but yeah, go and subscribe to those guys. And also, please, guys, subscribe to this channel too. Okay, now, just to see us off, I'm going to play us a little tune. It's a very short one, this one. And it comes from Patriotic Archive, which is another channel you should subscribe to. So let's do that. Yeah.
I'm lonesome since I crossed the hill and o'er the moor and valley. Such grievous thoughts my heart do fill since parting with my Sally. I seek no more the fine or gay, for each does but remind me how swift the hours did pass away with the girl I left behind me. Oh, ne'er shall I forget the night the stars were bright above me, and gently lent their silvery light when first she vowed to love me. But now I'm bound to brighten camp, kind heaven, then pray guide me, and send me safely back again to the girl I left behind me.
Okay, there we go. That was The Girl I Left Behind Me, which is a traditional British Army song, basically. Okay, guys, thanks to all the guests for joining us this evening. We'll be back again next week. And we'll see you then. Go well. And Royal Britannia, of course.